you're kind of wondering, is this really a guitar channel? Well, we're not sure of that yet, but we're not certain. But one thing we are certain of, that we conduct studies in the secret relationship between toddlers and aliens, which is really the #1 topic in the world right now. It affects everybody in this world. Toddlers and aliens affect everyone. Your future, your kids' future, your grandkids' future, the future of animals, the future of the planet, the future of the human race. Not to be confused with aliens, because aliens are not human, they're humanoids. They can breed with humans, even though it's a grave transgression, violating their own protocols. To mate and to assimilate into the human gene pool, the human species. That's why there's so many half aliens, partial aliens, crypto aliens, converso aliens. Oh, what other aliens are there? In fact, you may be an alien yourself. And if you're not an alien, there's a huge chance that you're a toddler. And if you're not an alien or a toddler, you're someone with great awareness. And your awareness stems from you knowing about the aliens. So there's 3 types of characters in the story: toddlers, aliens, and those who know the alien. And what makes a toddler? Well, largely, what makes a toddler is their unawareness, total unawareness of the alien. And that's why there's a secret relationship between toddlers and aliens. And largely the fate of the world is in their hands. The alien sets the course, and the toddler carries it out. And those with awareness, well, they're the least powerful of the bunch. And they're taken for a ride, a pretty tragic ride. So this is a tragic story. But hang in there. Don't go anywhere. If you go somewhere, you're a fucking toddler. Anyway, here we go. Well, I told you that many years ago, I had come across a piece of knotty pine that I found in a Home Depot dumpster. Now, Home Depot's a nasty, evil, global homo company, corporation. It's international in scope, and yes, of course, you don't have to be a brain to figure out that it's owned and controlled by the aliens. But what really bothers me is, and even then I realized that I couldn't believe it, is that they waste so much good stuff. It's a sin, you know. It's a disgrace what they do. I mean, if you only knew how much perfectly good material, wood, building materials, all kinds of stuff, roofing, you know, plastic sheets, whatever it is, for whatever reason, they just throw it out. They don't give a shit. And it's not entirely their fault. It's, well, yeah, it is their fault, but it also happens when a toddler is involved. I was at Home Depot a couple of years ago. I was getting some shelf material cut. Well, that's a whole other story about the level of competence of Home Depot employees, which really they don't care about as long as they can pay them minimum wage, and minimum wage is too high according to them already, so anybody they can get in there. It doesn't matter if they're competent or not, but that's a global homo company. There's other disgusting things about that company that I heard just recently, but that's not what we're talking. I don't want to go into it. Well, it has to do with certain posters and guidelines that they have pasted on the wall of the lunchrooms and where employees hang out, that, you know, which delineate exactly the behavior that is expected by fellow whites to exhibit in the name of diversity and inclusion, and just generally the way the beleaguered European heritaged people should behave in public. I'm not even allowed to go into that kind of stuff on this platform, because yes, even if you're a real dumb toddler, you should know that it's owned and controlled by the aliens. So the aliens determine what we can say and what we can't say, what words we can use and what words we can't use. See, the results of controlling our speech is that they can control our thoughts and our unique free will in the way we think. So it gets pretty scary. And then if we infringe upon their standards of propriety, their rules, then we will be persecuted, incarcerated for doing so. We will be punished for it and possibly destroyed, penalized for our thoughts. See, we are not allowed to hate. Only the alien has the privilege of hating, and there is no alien without hate. But we are penalized if we ever hate, justifiably even. So, of course, Rick Beato has no problem with that whatsoever. It doesn't affect him, but somebody like me it affects. You know, maybe somebody like you it affects, right? So, but what the heck was I talking about? Something to do with Home Depot. Yeah. So a few years ago, this toddler walks in, and apparently he looked like a pretty old, like 30-year-old, 30. Yeah, or his early 30s, college student, and apparently he was doing some project. And they got an area at all these Home Depots where they cut panels and wood or whatever by the minimum wage, incompetent, 80 IQ, diversity hires that some of them are probably guitar enthusiasts, and they're found on guitar forums. So I'm over there trying to get them to come within a few inches, anyway, of cutting the right size shelving for me. And this toddler walks in, and he's got his whole sheet of masonite. Now you say, what the heck is masonite? And masonite, and even if I explain it, you probably won't know. But have you heard of Den Electro guitars from the 50s? Have you heard that they were They were not made of the tops and the backs and whatever. Tops and the backs were not made of real wood. They were made with this glorified cardboard material, okay, called masonite. It's like pressure, you know, pressed under pressure, like made of wood fibers, and so masonite. And then one side is it's painted different colors if you wish, or it could be left natural. But this guy had it. It was some kind of a gray. It was kind of nice. And he comes in and asks him to cut, because he couldn't buy a small piece, so he had to buy a whole sheet and at least a 4x4, 4 foot by 4 foot. And he needed a small piece, right, for some college project, he said. And he said, could you cut like roughly a small piece? And he was not interested in precision. So they say, yeah, sure. And to my dismay, this toddler says, I don't need the rest. Can I just leave it here? I think he knew very well they're just going to throw it out. And I went, what? Did I just see what I think I heard and saw? And I said to the toddler, just in case the store won't authorize it, I said to the toddler, so that the minimum wage people would hear it, I said, I will take that. Can I have what's left? And the toddler says, yeah, I don't care. So I rescued most of the sheet of this masonite. And I'm going to use it. I'm going to, well, spoiler here for you. I'm going to make a Dan Electro style Zachary guitar using masonite. Might as well, right? Anyway, I was pretty disgusted. I was thinking, like, what kind of person would do that in terms of the toddler? And then what kind of company would do that? Just put it up and sell it. You know, sell it in pieces that the toddler left behind. They were just going to throw it out. And if you look in there, every day they're just filled with cut materials that are really good. I mean, you could build all kinds of stuff out of it, you know. And it's all going into the dumpster every night. Every night. Huge amounts of this shit, you know. Well, it's not shit, it's great stuff. It's brand new building materials and all kinds of other things. And the worst part of it now is that, unlike 20 years ago, 25 years ago or whatever, you are no longer able to access any of that material. You can't go to the dumpster and say, hey, this is a great piece of wood here. It's exactly what I need for my garage or whatever. No, it goes into absolutely sealed and protected dumpsters, and it's taken away and destroyed. It's all incinerated. So there's going to be no sign of it left. Kind of like Dresden after the war was over. Because essentially the war was over. The war was technically over months before it was officially over. So there was no reason to bomb Dresden unless you're committing genocide. It wasn't a military target even. But they wanted to wipe out a certain race of people. The way Home Depot wants to wipe out and annihilate all materials that are left over to make sure nobody gets it. They don't even care about selling it. Just burn it all up. Incendiary bombs in many cities after technically the war was over. Hey, you want to see something really freaky? Like, I've been playing with this thing while I'm doing this lecture, and then I took a look at it, and it really rattled me when I saw what it says on it. Take a look. This is really freaky. Can you see it? Can you see what it says? Talk about a metaphor. And this whole lecture is about metaphors. So pay attention. This is your future right here. Unless you wake the fuck up. And fast. And around the same time, you know, the war was technically over, and Japan also, Japan surrendered actually, and they did the same thing over there. The aliens. And you don't fucking know about the aliens, do you? Because you've been listening to Rick Beato. Why doesn't Rick Beato tell you about these fucking things? Why does Rick Beato only tell you about sharp 5s and 7s and flat 9s and diminished and fuck off? Al Di Meola and Steve Vai wasting perfectly good organic or manufactured or synthetic, it doesn't matter, building materials, materials of all sorts, wasting it, discarding it, burning it, polluting the world with it. Because if it's not going to use, it's just going into pollution. That's the hypocrisy. That's how the fucking alien protects the world and nature and climate. You know, that's the irony of it all. That's the hypocrisy, the criminal hypocrisy of it all. Yes, the toddler needs to be eradicated. I agree with the alien. I agree. Let's get it going. Let's accelerate it. Let's get it done. So, but that's not what I wanted to talk about. Oh, what I wanted to talk about is, so I built this, so I found this, and again, this was many years ago. What was it? 1999 or something, many years ago, when you could still get into their dumpster in the back of the store. But even if you could do that right now, you wouldn't know what to take. I mean, there was so much good stuff there. You'd want to take the whole entire dumpster, right? If you've got any amount of ingenuity and skill and talent or inspiration, which toddlers usually don't have. Nobody would be using it anyway. That's why they admire and use CNC machines. They have to. Toddlers and CNC machines go together. Toddlers, CNC machines, and the alien. There's a title for you. So I found this Naughty Pine piece, and I figured, what the heck? Why are they throwing this out? This is like really nice, and I can make a guitar out of it. And at that point, I didn't know that guitars were ever made of Naughty Pine, but I thought, well, why not? I thought, well, it's a coniferous tree, just like spruce and cedar, and they make soundboards out of spruce and cedar, so this thing should sound pretty good, you know? Should sound awesome. let's give it a shot. So I built this guitar, and I looked it up in 1999, and I called it the Home Depot dumpster guitar. I mentioned this in a previous video, and well, I only have 28 subscribers, and I believe that I think 22 of you have been following my work for decades anyway, so you would know all about this certain guitar, this Naughty Pine Home Depot dumpster guitar, which it just occurred to me now, which I relicked before anybody knew anything about relicking. Is that true? Look it up. 1999 was relicking a thing in 1999? Remember, this was pre 9/11, right? Did anybody know anything about or even dream up the concept of relicking a brand new guitar? I mean, I remember I got antique nails, square-headed nails, and I pounded it into it in strategic locations artistically, and I did all kinds of things to it. Aged it, weathered it, distressed it in many ways. I remember I even simulated wormholes in this Naughty Pine. I did all kinds of stuff to it, and it was creative work before I had even heard of relicking a guitar. I was basically inspired by furniture, which was done with a simulation of distressing. They were doing it to furniture, but not to guitars. I don't think anybody had done it to guitars. Not officially, anyway, that anybody had ever heard of. And here's one of the themes that it's going to reoccur during this presentation. Occur and reoccur. It's got to do with normalization of any concept which previously was not accepted by the mainstream, by the public, by the masses. It's something that they may have even rejected or were revolted to, either culturally or ethically or morally. But it's something that the aliens especially can normalize. They can normalize anything. Any atrocity can be normalized. Any egregious, nefarious act, the most gruesome of degenerate practices, can be totally and absolutely normalized. And when I was relicking this piece of wood, this Naughty Pine piece of wood that I found in the garbage, thrown away by Home Depot, a global homo alien company, which had put a lot of smaller stores out of business, thousands of them, I'm sure. When I was relicking this piece of wood and aging it and making it look antique, this practice was not accepted. This practice was not known. This practice was not permissible even, because it had not yet been normalized by the alien. And now you're seeing a lot of normalization of a lot of despicable, stomach turning, degenerate, satanic acts that are being, and that have been normalized over the last several decades, and they just got started. So relicking a guitar before it was even a thing, before I even knew what I was doing, and before anyone even knew what was being done. They were not familiar with the concept at all. Wow. That's another thing that came from here. Well, actually, it's got nothing to do with it coming from an intellectual source. It's coming from an emotional source. It's coming from right in here. That's where creativity comes from. Right in here. You feel it. If you're not feeling something, you can't do it. You're not going to be good at it. It's going to be forced. If you feel it, it's just going to flow out of you naturally. And that goes for any creative activity. More accurately, creative expression. Creative expression, which comes from your free will, and it comes from your imagination, which then you make into a tangible reality, which comes from your imagination and your soul and your free will. And that's under attack. Music, visual arts, building a shed, doesn't matter what. It's got to come from inside here. Not from the mind, not intellectually, but from your soul. And the alien wants to eliminate the soul. And I'm individual. I don't work with my race to elevate me. Everything you see here is done by me individually, without the support of my race. Think about that. I proudly, well, I was kind of trying to trigger the fucking toddler. And this was before guitar forums, and they had these chat groups or whatever on the internet, and I put it up there and I said, guess what? I made a guitar out of knotty pine. And these toddlers just lost their shit. They peed their panties. Oh, you can't do that. That's not a tone wood. Why would anybody do that? Who would do that? Oh, that's sacrilege. Remember, this was the heyday of the grossly figured, disgusting PRS guitars, the tops. That's how they made their name. You know, they cut their reputation from doing these disgusting tops with really thick plastic finish on it. It's kind of like your bar table, you know, your bar, the countertop at your bar, either your basement bar or any bar, and or sometimes you see this thick plastic, and inside, you know, you've got coins inside and kind of frozen in there, or you got insects or whatever. And I thought there's something seriously wrong going on here. But of course, the toddlers loved it. They ate it up. I mean, oh my God. And then the PRS would spend like literally tens of millions of dollars in advertising and promotion. So they basically bought their legitimacy. All right, so if you're a really ugly guy, if you give women enough money, women are going to say, yeah, he's the sexiest man alive. Oh yeah, don't you agree? Oh, I agree too. As long as you pay enough money. And women will be with you magically, just like that. And that's what PRS did. They paid a lot of money to normalize what they were trying to sell you. And you bought it. And then, of course, the toddler can be very easily manipulated and brainwashed, as we're seeing right now. And the toddler has no clue that they're being manipulated and deceived. It's a beauty to behold. What is being done with the toddler. So I put up this picture, and They had never seen or heard anything like making a guitar out of knotty pine. And they really did not know what to do with that. Now you got to keep in mind, this was 1999, okay? And it was a different world. I mean, you got to understand what my main goal is to create the ultimate anti-PRS. It's not so much the PRS guitar that's detestable, it's the philosophy behind it, the company behind it, the ideology of the company behind it. And it's not even the people that work for this company. I'm sure they're clueless. They're little people. They're being used, just like in the real world, just like in any aspect of the world. It's the company itself that's rooted in alien ideology, which is satanic. And I think that's what I detest. And of course, the execution of these mass-produced products is detestable to somebody like me or anybody that can make a fucking birdhouse, okay? If you've never made a birdhouse in your life, you're gonna have no clue what I'm talking about. In fact, you may even resort to saying, Alex, why all the hate? Aren't we here to support each other and to help each other? And at that point, I'm gonna question your sexual preference and what that may be. I think you're a suppressed, you know what? But it is an anti-human endeavor to manufacture and to own and to play a PRS guitar. Most of it is what's behind the product, the philosophy and the ideology of the product that's highly detestable to me in a visceral sense. It's hard to explain. It's a perfect example and tantamount to selling your soul. Whenever I see somebody with a PRS guitar, either they've spent their own money, which is the worst thing, in buying it, then you're a real fucking idiot. Because let's face it, a lot of the PRS owners and players are endorsers. They actually get paid to push something that they would normally never play. Think about that. The name of the game here, the ultimate purpose is normalization. That's the buzzword here throughout this presentation. And we're going to get to the topic. Just hang in there. Hang in there. All right? No ADD around this channel. The key word is to understand normalization and how that works, and something that you yourself would be repulsed by and find detestable is something that you're going to be manipulated and brainwashed into not only accepting but desiring and paying an arm and a leg for, and even paying for it with your life. Which is what I love the best. The most. Have you ever considered even for like a fraction of a second, did you ever acquire this on your own? The question of what an endorser actually is. Think about it. You're being paid to shill it. Okay, either way, it's conditioning, it's manipulation, it's propaganda, it's deception right from the onset. of being an endorser. That's the job of the endorser. Without you even realizing what is being done to you. They're normalizing something that you would not have reacted to or responded to prior. They're telling you that it's cool. They're telling you that it's good. They're telling you that if you buy this and use this product or hold certain views and opinions, you will be accepted in society. In essence, you will be liked. You will have friends. You will fit in. You're not going to be like me. And that's what normalization is. You automatically define yourself as to who you are. I automatically will know everything I need to know about you. It's your calling card. There you are with a PRS, you're playing a PRS guitar, and I'm going, aha, I know what you're all about. And it's equivalent to, it is selling your soul. It's like wearing a mask in public, okay? As soon as I see you with a mask, I know everything I need to know about you. Most importantly, you have just admitted, you have just introduced yourself as someone who has sold his or her soul to Satan. You know, and you think, yeah, you're kind of overblowing this, it's hyperbole or whatever. But think about it. Ultimately, that's what you have done. You have agreed and played along with the fucking ultimate lie. What else will you play along with? What atrocities will you commit? Where's your limit? Might as well go all the way, my friend. You have made a statement about yourself. You've made a statement so profound and so deep that you can never crawl out from under it. You have defined your image. You have defined who you are, either with a mask or a PRS guitar. How about both? It's sick. It makes me sick to my stomach to see it. It's simply a product and a representation of your certain personality type. Your personality type dictates that you conform. You're conformist. And that's your natural state. And many of you, or people that will never actually even see this presentation, you know, people that you yourself are going to witness on the street, in public, they're not even going to understand what the problem is, because it's so ingrained, it's so intrinsic to their personality type. It's their natural way to act and behave. And anything else is like someone like me is pathological, nothing less. If something is categorized as, ooh, he's deplorable, he's unacceptable, then it's categorized as pathological, antisocial, that sort of thing. Antisocial and pathological. Because the vast majority of people understand that you're put on this earth to conform and to follow. Not to take wood out of Home Depot dumpsters and build a guitar out of it. And then deliberately, arrogantly, boldly brag about it on social media, or the beginnings of social media, to the masses who haven't been normalized to accept that certain something, to build an electric guitar made of knotty pine wood, which was found in a dumpster in the middle of the highly figured wood PRS guitar craze. Understand? That's not what you should do. That's not normal behavior. That's not permissible by the state or by public sentiment. That's antisocial. Therefore, it's pathological, it's mental illness, and it should be dealt with and the individual removed from society because it's against the state and the official reality promulgated by the state. Though, at the same time, I have to let you know that I have to disclose this. I have that you having a PRS guitar, many of you having a PRS guitar and having a mask on, either or both, is completely appropriate for you. And I expect to see you with that. Because it is your natural state. It's what you are. And I'd be the first one to admit it, that you should have a PRS guitar and you should have a mask on and you should believe in the lie and you should go along with anything the alien puts in your little fucking brain. That's what you deserve. So I want to see you with it at the same time. And most importantly, listen to me, most importantly, you should take the snake oil. Every bit of it. Every one they offer you, you gotta take it. And of course you will. It's your natural inclination. Anything less or anything else is mental illness. It's pathological. If you don't conform, you're fucking sick. You're a sick fucking bastard if you don't conform. And besides, you're also an asshole. And if you don't submit to the state, you're antisocial. So do it. Do you get what I'm trying to get at here? I don't think you do. And I don't want you to really get it. I want you to just continue exactly the way you are. I'm not here to help you. This is not a educational video or channel or lecture, okay? This is not a how to do exercise here. All it is my disclosure of the putrid detestation, my putrid detestation of humanity, of the toddler specifically. That's all it is. It's kind of the exact same thing as when an alien drives by a Catholic school and sees Catholic children in their school uniforms playing in the playground and being taught to lead moral lives according to nature and not defy nature, but be in harmony with nature and the Creator. And an alien drives by and is literally sick to their stomach when they see that sight. Now, if you happen to be an alien right now listening, you know exactly what I'm talking about. If you're not an alien, you didn't really get that. You're not going to feel it. That's all right. Well, I'm the same way when I see somebody with a mask or a PRS guitar. You get it? Just because a mask and a PRS guitar have a much deeper grammar that you cannot comprehend, and I don't want you to comprehend it, and I don't expect you to comprehend it. You have to stay exactly the way you are. But I'm just trying to disclose what I feel inside, in my soul. Putrid detestation for humanity. Because it has a much deeper grammar than what you see at face value. Everything in the world has a much deeper grammar, but you will not detect any of it because you cannot see. You cannot think. You have no perception. You may have superficial intelligence, some less, some more. Some a lot. High intelligence. But you've got no perception. No consciousness. No discernment. And you're also afraid to express your instincts in terms of your feelings because it's been extinguished within you. You have no freedom of speech. Even more tragically, you have no freedom of thought, no freedom of feeling, no freedom of emotion. What does that make you? No freedom to be human. That's what it makes you. And expressing that feeling, that's why you're afraid to be a racist. You will never want to be a racist, would you? You would never want to be a racist. You will never openly admit to hating, would you? Never. Because you know it's not permissible. You know that it's outlawed. And it will be punished severely. You will be canceled from society itself. And then from life. In short, you have been crushed by the alien. You think it just comes out of nowhere, just these trends, these forces, this evil just comes out of nowhere, just natural organic progress. It's what? Evolution? Totally normal, totally expected, totally natural? No. This is forced. This is deliberate. This is calculated. This is fabricated and constructed. And perpetually for thousands of years engineered. See, it's all the same story. It's always the same story going in the exact same direction by only one source. That's the alien. The alien which owns and rules the world. You can't deny it. As much as you want, you cannot deny it. As much as your brother-in-law will mock you and say, you fucking loser, you've always been weird. But he can't really do it because you've got truth on your side. And this is, truth itself cannot be denied. So what does the alien and myself have in common? That's right. We both detest humanity. But for different reasons. See, what you can never, ever fathom because of your inability for perception is that the alien will ultimately kill you. And I'm not here to save you from that fate. I am not here to save your life, understand? I don't want to. It's up to everyone, individually. I'm not here to tell you not to have a mask on. I'm not here to tell you not to play a PRS, not play. I mean, most of you can't fucking play anyway. Not to purchase a PRS guitar. I don't want to do that. I want to preserve you exactly the way you are. And it's exhibiting my hatred for you. This is not a self-improvement channel. I'm not a self-improvement guru. Unless you deserve it, and you have to prove to me that you deserve it. Then I'll go out of my way to save your fucking soul and your body. But most of you have proven that you don't deserve anything. In fact, you do deserve what's coming for you. Exactly what you deserve. You have proven yourself over the years. You've proven to be a fucking moron, an idiot, and a fucking scumbag. Yet publicly you are so disingenuous, so deceiving that you put up a facade, a front of righteousness, goodness, and morality. But I know you're a phony. I know you're a phony almost instantly, just by looking at you, taking the vibes off of you, taking the information, the data, almost instantaneously. I know what you are. You can fool the world, but you can't fool me. That's my job to know. That's my talent. And there's huge masses of you, masses of asses, huge masses of you, and you all follow each other as a collective, and you're all fundamentally communists. That's your natural state, is to be communists, to work as a commune, and to eradicate personal individuality, exceptionalism, uniqueness, talent, ingenuity, creativity, vision, initiative, courage. This is why, specifically, you are on the side of the alien. You are working for and with the alien, and why there's a secret relationship between the toddler and the alien. Because you are both working towards the same goal. It's a match made in hell. And this is the world that you together have created. And you're just getting started. In fact, it's not that you're getting started. It's that the program, the operation, is constant. And it's perpetual until the end of time. From the beginning to the end, the operation will not cease. The toddler and the alien together are working towards the same goal. All that has to be eradicated to bring everyone down to the same lowest common denominator, the same debased level of arrested development. And that's what the alien wants to do. And you are welcoming it with glee and satisfaction, because you will then be able to shine or otherwise you would be a nobody. If this world was real, if this world was independent of the alien, you would not even exist. You would be absolutely inconsequential, worthless. And the alien now wants everyone to be worthless, because the alien considers everyone worthless. It's the most fundamental, intrinsic element of their identity. The dehumanization of the non-alien. Of course, it's a massive delusion. It's psychosis. It's a total detachment from reality in terms of what the alien suffers from, but it doesn't matter. The alien has the power. And the alien can create any reality the alien wants. Any reality. And the alien can force fate and force the future and force whatever happens in the direction the world goes into. That's the power of the alien. Because the alien also works as a collective. The alien has no power individually. The alien is worthless individually. So you being a communist, you in fact have become an alien. You are an alien. You are fundamentally an alien, even if you're not genetically an alien. And the alien will ultimately kill many of you. So listen, your first inclination is to become angry at me and categorize me as whatever disparaging thing that you can think of. But you have to understand one thing. I have no part in this. Absolutely no part in this. All I am is an observer. An observer and an interpreter. Because believe it or not, there's very few observers. Because very few people have perception. Very few. And all I'm doing is name calling. But it's all based on accuracy and reality. And you may not like the name that I call you, or how you're being defined. You got to understand something even further than that. I'm actually not the one defining you. You are defining yourself. You are introducing yourself as, hi, this is who I am. You don't even realize that that's what you're doing, but you're identifying yourself. You're introducing yourself. Hi, my name is John Smith. And you come up to me and you say that, and you know what I feel? I say to you, I know you're John Smith. I know everything about you. Because I feel you. I feel it. All I have to do is watch you just a little bit and I know everything about you. Everything important, your fundamental makeup as to who you are. What your weaknesses are, what your handicaps are, what your sicknesses are. What your strengths are. Because I feel you. So I define you because I feel you. But I can't do anything about that. It's perception. It's what I feel. It's, that word feel is very important. It's like in music. You got to feel it. You can't learn it. You can't take lessons. You can't go to a teacher. It's the same in any endeavor. I mean, guitar building. I mean, I hear these people, they take courses in guitar building and it just, I don't know if I should laugh or cry. It just bizarre. It's like taking courses on how to have a sex drive. You take my course and I'll make you and teach you how to have a sex drive. No, it comes from the inside. You can't learn how to build guitars. You can learn things on how to put a drill bit in a drill press, and how long to wait until something is glued up, and how to glue things up straight. You know, you can learn some rudimentary fundamentals you can learn. But that doesn't mean you're going to be good at it. Just like doctors go to school to be indoctrinated. But they don't have a natural talent. Very few of them are actually good doctors that have it in them. They feel it. They feel and have a calling for that pursuit. It comes from their soul. It's not something they learn. It's not something that is stated on a piece of paper they hang on the wall. Credentials. They call that credentials. Those are not credentials. You gotta feel it. All I'm doing is I'm disclosing what I feel. And if you're not, you gotta be born with this. It's gotta be innate. It's like your personality type. It cannot be changed. It cannot be augmented or diminished. You either have it or you don't. It's a power. But I'm not talking about anything supernatural or metaphysical or anything like that. You know, it's like music. Do you have a talent for music or you don't? Well, if you don't have a talent for music, then you're going to struggle and you're going to learn a few things here and there, and you're going to watch Rick Beato and learn what a flat ninth chord is. But you're still not going to feel it. And this is about feeling it. So don't get angry at me. I'm not responsible for anything that happens to you. Nothing. Zero. I'm just identifying things, that's all. I'm identifying what you are. I'm identifying what's happening to you, what will happen to you, what's happening in the world. I'm identifying the alien. I'm just identifying because I feel it all. I feel it. You understand? The feeling is so strong. I feel the music. And I don't even know where. But all I know is it's deep. So it has nothing to do with me. Your fate has nothing to do with me. Your fate, whatever happens to you in the near future, in the far future, the next few years, next few months, has everything to do with you and who you are. I'm just an observer and an interpreter and a commentator. See, the beauty of this alien project that we're experiencing right now and over the last 3 years, the beauty of it is that everything that's going to happen to you, you're going to do to yourself. And that's what makes it spiritual. So those anonymous characters hiding in the bushes with fake names, phony identities, in 1999 on the bulletin boards of 1999, see, they had never seen or heard anything like making a guitar out of knotty pine. And what was even more outrageous is some guy came on the internet and bragged about it. Bragged about building a guitar from Naughty Pine. As simple as that. But it was not permissible in 1999. It was unheard of. How dare he have the audacity to brag about building a guitar out of Naughty Pine and not be ashamed of it, while everybody was trying to be like PRS. The flamier, the more figured the fucking wood, the better the guitar. That's what the toddler was taught and indoctrinated with. And they really did not know what to do with that. Their whole brain went into cognitive dissonance. Mainly because the authorities, the mainstream, the establishment did not tell them that it's good. Yeah, it's good. You gotta like it. And you listening to this are one of these. Most likely you're one of these fucking toddlers. And you will never admit to this, but you are literally unable to think for yourself. And if you're forced to think for yourself, you become very uncomfortable. It's a security thing that you feel that you lose your sense of security if you are made to think for yourself. And that's rooted in your personality type. It's something that is unchangeable. Your personality type is immutable, and you've got no individuality. You've got no originality. You've got no assertiveness of action and thought. You cannot think for yourself because you don't have the fortitude to think for yourself. And if you were to think for yourself, you would become very uncomfortable and insecure. And that's why you hate anybody that does think for themselves and dares to go against societal conventions and dares to stay outside of the group, separate from the group, and therefore, by default, superior to the group. You can't do that. You literally cannot do that. It would be way too scary for you. Being individualistic and standing apart from society, apart from the group, taking the risk of not being liked, taking the risk of actually being hated, would be way too traumatizing for you. And that is the main reason why you are anonymous on the internet. And you have a stupid cartoon name, an avatar, and then you have the courage to be aggressive and to be derogatory on the internet. But once you're doxxed, you're gonna run for the hills. Because it only works if nobody knows who you are. You do it in secret. You're a slimy little sneak. You're sneaky and slimy. Where I went up there in 1999 and said, hey, my name is Alex. I build guitars and I built one out of Naughty Pine and it's better than your PRS. Ha 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 ha! Here's my website. See? Can you do that? Would you be able to do that? No. You outsource your opinions, you outsource your actions, your decision making to the outside world. You believe in experts, you believe in government, corporations, in fake company actors like Paul Reed Smith of Paul Reed Smith. All he is a fake doctor with a lab coat on. He's not a guitar builder. But you don't care about that. What you care about is that he is approved, and he's authorized, and he's accepted, and he's hailed as a certain character worthy of your respect and your admiration. You don't know why, but it's permissible, and it's safe for you to go along with it. You gain security by going along with that. You did not gain security by going along with Naughty Pine in 1999 because it had not been normalized yet by the ruling class, by the establishment, by television, by the guitar magazines, the guitar media. It's only safe for you to go with government authorities, with experts, and corporate mascots, which are the fakers, which are the endorsers, and the figureheads of large corporations. Not small companies, but large corporations. And they will be able to make you do anything, including putting snake oil in your veins. All that you care about, all that you respond with is to conform and to comply. That's the only thing that matters. Once you conform and you comply to the mainstream, to the authorities, to the state, you're going to be good. You're going to do fine. You're going to be accepted. Acceptance through conformity and compliance. Acceptance through conformity and compliance. Repeat this. This is what your whole life defined by. Your whole life is defined by this. Repeat this. This is what your whole life consists of. This is the underpinning of who you are. You going to conform and comply in order to gain acceptance anywhere you go. Be it on a micro scale or on a macro scale, being local, being in your personal relationships, or being on a national scale, international. The way you deal with the state, your relationship with the state, your relationship with the person next to you, or the relationship with the people at your work, your employment. Your church, your school, your buddies, when you participate and go to the forums, when you participate on any social media site, you are there for acceptance, and you are there to pander to others to accept you. And the others are doing the exact same thing because you all have the same type B male bunny personality type. Beta male. You want to be liked. Being liked means being accepted. You want to be accepted, and you will never be accepted if you go outside of the group. And you dare try to be superior to the group, you will be smashed down and called a douchebag. You will not dare innovate in terms of guitar engineering. You will not dare innovate in terms of the materials you use, because you're going to be hated by the other bunnies in society, namely the internet, the social media, where you go for approval. You know what you're going to get? You're going to get thumbs down. Because you did not conform. You did not comply. You will even be called the worst thing in the world. You will be called a douchebag online. And that's the reason you're anonymous online. You could never bear that if you presented your real self, and if you disclosed who you are, and if you're out in the open honestly, and then en masse the world will call you a douchebag, you would not be able to handle that. A bunny does not go there. And you're extremely afraid of that. That would be traumatic for you, to be called a douchebag by being different from all the other bunnies, from the masses of bunnies. You are automatically a douchebag. And this cowardice and lack of individuality is going to lead you to your ultimate demise. Sooner than later. And that gives me satisfaction. Because the key here is that you do it to yourself. I'm not doing it to you. You're gonna do it to yourself. Praise the alien for an ingenious operation. You're going to respond to it the exact same way, through compliance and conformity, because what you want is acceptance. You don't want to be like me. I am not accepted in this world. You understand that? You're accepted. You're the success story here, not me. Remember, I'm antisocial and pathological. That's not you. You would never be caught being that. Even if you were. Everything you would do, you do it surreptitiously so nobody finds out. You put on a facade. I don't put a fucking facade up, understand? I'm naked in front of you, where you went out of your way to buy designer clothes. And that's how you present yourself. You don't present yourself as yourself, because you want to be liked. I don't want to be liked. If I'm liked, I'm not doing something right. And that's what's going to decide your future and your demise. See the beauty of the system that the aliens set up? This process, and a lot of people say that it's an evil process. And is it really an evil process? Think about it. Is it really an evil process? The alien is just accepting your response. That's all. The alien set it up so that you would respond to it in a certain way. And that's exactly what you're doing. It's a stimuli that the alien sets up, and then it demands a reaction by you. And when you put the two together, the process moves forward and it grows, gets stronger, gets more power. Your response is essential to this. All it is stimuli. And how you respond to it says a lot about you. Not even about the alien. The alien is not really that consequential here, actually. It's your response that gives it life. Gives it life and power. And sustainability. And perpetuity. You see how important you are, toddler? See how important the toddler is to the direction of the world. I can say confidently and accurately that nothing you see would be possible in the world without the compliance and the conformity of the toddler. You make the world function however you think it's functioning, good or bad. You're not worthless after all, but only if you work within the masses, by the masses, in mass. Because what are you after? Everything you've learned, that everything that you have ever gained and ever can gain, and the most that you can gain in life, is through conformity and compliance. If you conform and you comply, you will gain everything in life. Or at least you're going to have the chance, a good chance to gain what you want. If you don't conform or comply, you're not going to gain anything. And this is why you consider people like myself, and there's a few others like me, you consider us pathological and antisocial. And you can't figure out why anybody would behave this way. It's totally self-defeating. And yes, it is. But not really. Not in the end. Because you're forgetting that the alien rules. It's not God. It's the alien that rules. In this world, anyway. The next world? Well, who knows? That's beyond my knowledge. And beyond anybody's knowledge, really. If they're going to be honest. But this world is ruled by the alien. And you better fall in line, conformist. You better fall in line. And you do. And you do. You do a good job at it. And that's why you laughed at my pine guitar in 1999. Because I didn't conform. What kind of sick bastard, malicious bastard, would not conform to the rules of society? Build a guitar out of wood from a dumpster? Doesn't this freak know that something like that, a naughty pine guitar from a dumpster, is not acceptable? Because it hasn't been normalized by the alien yet. How dare he step out of line and infringe on the norms of the media, which is the ruling class. The media is the communication arm of the overlords that decide the propriety of everything in life, in the world. It's the alien that decides the trends, what is allowed, what isn't, what is good, what is not, what is acceptable and what is not acceptable, regardless of its morality or its ethics or violation of nature. Regardless of that, that's not important, but the alien decides. And how dare this freak boldly declare that he stepped on the taboos, and the toddler reacted to it viscerally. The toddler got sick by it because they know that it's not allowed. It has not been normalized yet. So the toddler was mocking me for it and shunning me and castigating me and not affording me any acceptance into the group. I was not allowed to enter and be part of the toddler collective. Can you imagine that? Which means that I had no friends ever. No friends. Toddlers have lots of friends. The toddler is a very social creature. It cannot survive without being part of, accepted, included in a group and socializing, but only if they all conform to the same master. Naughty pine with knots in it and nails and wormholes and scratches and dents, while you have not been conditioned yet to accept it and to like it and to go along with it and to promote it. That won't do in 1999. It has to be repackaged by the alien. But you've proven that you're a conformist. You've really proven that. You've labeled yourself. You put on a mask and you believed in the comedy show. The comedy show, which is science. Science! You believe in science. I know you do. You told me that you believe in science. I remember I was riding my bike early on, very early on, very beginning of 2020. And these two women were out for their exercise walk. They're about 40s, 50 maybe. And I said, "Excuse me, do you realize that this is a total psyop? It's a hoax?" And he said, "No, we believe in science." Okay. The science you believe in is alien science. The aliens set it up that you're going to do it to yourself. And that's why I'm on the side of the alien. On some level, anyway. What I am saying is very few people have independence of thought. You cannot really come up with any of your own opinions. You think you can, but you can't. The alien thinks for you, tells you what to think, and therefore controls your behavior and your decision making. Actually, the alien makes the decisions for you. And all you do is follow. You follow in everything that you arrive at is the result of you following. And this is precisely why endorsers and endorsements are so important in the musical instrument industry, particularly the guitar industry. Without endorsers, you literally would not know what to do, because you cannot arrive at a decision on your own. I know this. You're going to deny it, but I've been studying human behavior for many decades. I'm actually trained academically to study human behavior. And I experiment with human behavior constantly. And that's why we're in the shit that we're in. Understand? Yeah, you can brush it off. I'm sure you're very smart. Oh yeah, you got everything all figured out. Oh yeah, you've been around. Yeah. No. Your personality type dictates everything that you're capable of and you're willing to do. Your personality type is what determines if you have independence of thought or if you don't. You do whatever the authority tells you to do and tells you to like. And that authority comes in many forms. It could be your peers. It could be your teachers. It could be your boss. It would be your parents. It would be your spouse, your wife. It could be the government, but it's usually society in general, which the type B beta male bunny is going to follow. They are not going to have independent thought or critical thinking, and they will not diverge from the norms of society. That's the worst thing that they can ever possibly do. It would induce quite a bit of anxiety and uncomfortable feelings for the type B male. There's nothing more important than the relationship between the toddler and the alien. See, the alien controls every aspect of your life from before birth, actually, until death. See, the alien can end your life as we have seen, as we have learned, as all of you should have learned by now, the alien can end your life even prior to you being born. That's how much control the alien has. Overwhelming to even consider this, but it's the way it is. One of the main reasons is because you have to understand that the promotional world and the distribution of everything is exclusively the domain of the alien. So you want to be successful at anything, you want to be a successful entertainer, you want to be in the arts, any discipline that you can think of. It's all controlled by the alien. You want to invent any product, you want to sell any product, you want to start any type of enterprise, organization, offer service. It's all regulated. Massive amounts of regulation, because it's all controlled by the alien. You literally cannot take a step in any direction without the alien monitoring you, documenting you, and permitting you to do anything that you might want to do. It all has to be authorized and permitted, and regulated by the alien. You want to be a successful entertainer on the local level, even on any level, you must go through the alien every step of the way. And this is why you were born a slave. Only the alien can give you success, can reward you with success, but that's only if you decide that you're going to be working for the alien. And you see that, open your eyes, you see that everywhere. And that's perfectly fine for the toddler, because the toddler doesn't have a mind of your own. You understand? So what happens is you are very comfortable and content to follow, and the alien will dictate what you will follow. And if you want to achieve any amount of prestige, or even perceived prestige, you must work for the alien. Now, what is meant by working for the alien? Whatever the alien agenda is at the moment is what you are made to follow and to promote. Not just follow, but to promote. You must believe the lie, and you must also promote the lie. It's not enough to promote the lie, you also must believe the lie. It's not enough to believe the lie, you must promote the lie. And also live the lie. Every minute you will live the lie, as we're seeing more and more of the world right now. And only then will the alien throw you some crumbs, which they can then take away at any time. Anytime you stop working for the alien. Just take a look at Joe Bonamassa and everyone else. They all work for the alien. Every one of them. They pretty well have no choice, actually. And because you're a fucking toddler, just a dumb fuck that you are, you don't know anything about anything. It all has to be told to you. What is permissible for you to think, and how it's permissible for you to act. So you have to wait for the authorities, those that rule the world, those that control everything. The alien had to come and tell you that naughty pine is good. And you went, oh, really? Oh, it's good now? Okay. It's good now. Are you sure? It's good now? Well, let's go with it. Ah. Well, it's good. Then it's good. Then it's good. If I'm told it's good, then it's good. Then it's good. And remember all those PRS advertisements and endorsers generally in the music industry. They're telling you what's good. And you're going, yeah, that's good. If it's endorsed, it's good. So then your whole mind changed instantly. And you said, well, Naughty Pine's real cool. Yeah, it's real cool, isn't it? I want one. Because that guy, and that guy has them. And it's real cool. Everyone says it's cool in the mainstream. So it must be cool. You know, if you don't own and play either a Les Paul or a Strat, you're just a fucking asshole. Now, I didn't just make that up. That's an actual, word for word, verbatim quote that I read on a guitar forum sometime in the 90s. If you can believe that. Of course you can believe it. You probably fucking wrote it. But what about that? Remember that weird guitar builder guy on the internet? You know, that weirdo, like in the 90s sometime, you know, he built a guitar out of Naughty Pine. He found in a dumpster. You know that guy? Do we remember that guy? Like decades ago? No, we're not gonna talk about that. No. He didn't do it right, or he didn't do it the same way. It was too weird. It's so weird about him. I don't. Naughty Pine is good because it's on mainstream. It must be good, and you're going to be following that, aren't you? You're going to comply. You're going to conform. You're going to concede. And you're even going to put a fucking mask on, you fucking moron. I saw you, fucking moron. At the grocery store. I saw you in the park on a sunny day with your mask on. I saw you fucking jogging with your mask on, you piece of fucking garbage, you. You mentally ill fucking trash. That's right, that's you. You hang out on guitar channels, you piece of shit. You say, oh, is that the Mocambo Strat? I want it. Yeah, it's so cool. You piece of fucking garbage with your mask on. Yes, you. You. I saw you everywhere with your fucking mask on. And you thought, there's nothing going on. Because you followed, you piece of shit. You followed, you understand? You complied, you conformed. You won't follow me, but you'll follow authority with anything you're told to do. Because that's cool. Authority is cool. Because you know deep inside that authority controls you, every aspect of you. You know that inside. It's unconscious. You know the alien controls you. And you're afraid of the alien. Because one way or another, the alien controls every aspect of your life, controls your livelihood. Your existence depends on obedience to the alien. So if the alien says Naughty Pine is good, you're going to obey. And you're going to live it. And you're going to promote it. You're going to live the lie that Naughty Pine is good. Just like that. Overnight, Naughty Pine is good. You will not question it. Because you've been given permission now to, even if you thought Naughty Pine was good, before you weren't given permission to think that Naughty Pine is good, but now you have been given permission. Steve Vai has a Naughty Pine Ibanez, which he's endorsing. Therefore, Naughty Pine is now good. It's always been good. But you laughed at me, didn't you? You laughed at my Naughty Pine. Because I don't have control over you, the alien does. And you don't like it if anybody steps out of line and defies the alien. You don't like dissent. In fact, you turn against it. Sometimes violently, aggressively. You turn against dissent because how dare anyone defy the alien, the authority, the state. How dare they? Because you know that they're superior than you are. They're stronger. They have individuality while you don't. You're just a fucking masked piece of shit on a guitar channel, aren't you? With your mask on. With your fake name. That's the only way you can function. You can't show your face even, you piece of shit. They got courage. They got fortitude. Well, you don't. You bought a PRS guitar decades ago, didn't you? Because all the promotion, all the advertising, all the hype, all the endorsers, the mainstream guitar magazines, the guitar press, even the mainstream press had authorized PRS guitars and told you that you should have one if you want to belong. It's the thing to have. And you got one. And another, and another. Depending on where the agenda goes, you follow the agenda to the point where you put snake oil in your veins. Do you hear me, Jeff Beck? Where are you, Jeff Beck? You were dancing with the alien, and you died by the alien. Jeff Beck, and many others to follow. They danced with the alien their entire lives, but they never knew the alien. I know the alien. And now you put your mask on. You piece of fucking shit. Because you got nothing up here. And you definitely don't have the fucking guts to have an opinion that's outside the mainstream. You would never jump into a dumpster and take a piece of wood out and dare to make a guitar out of it in 1999. You wouldn't fucking dare. Because you were not authorized to do so. You were not permitted to do so. Public pressure, public sentiment would never permit you to do so. You had to follow. Simply put, you will only do what you are told to do, either directly or most of the time indirectly. You feel it. You know what you're told to do and what you're expected to do and what you're not expected to do. And some guy on a fucking bulletin board brazenly announced that he made a guitar out of Naughty Pine in 1999 and you fucking piled up on the guy. He did something that was not permitted by the masses. And the rules are set by the alien. And the alien had not yet normalized a guitar made of knotty pine. Not yet. How dare somebody be an original and be creative and do something which is unauthorized by the alien, which is not part of the agenda, which is not part of the current fashion that is set by the alien. Do something that nobody is doing on that bulletin board or guitar forum or whatever the fuck it may be. Do something different. You would never do it, would you? In fact, you would never publicly show that you approve of it or you like it. Because you don't want to be chastised. You want to belong and you want to be liked. Therefore, you would never do anything which goes against the group, which is outside of the ordinary. You will never step out of line, and just in case you make a mistake, and you do go against the group, you're protected with your anonymity and your stupid fucking picture, cartoon avatar, and your fake name, so nobody knows who you are, so they can't pound on you. That's how afraid you are to be an original. That's why you're the ultimate fucking loser. You're a follower. And by following is the way you're going to be liked. And this guy that built this Naughty Pine guitar in 1999, he didn't care if he was liked. How can somebody not care if they are accepted and liked by society? How can that happen? The guy has to be mentally ill and a real douchebag. You're not going to allow that. You're not going to allow it. I know you wouldn't. If it hadn't been normalized at this point, you would have acted exactly the same way as you did in 1999. You would have mocked it, and then you would have called for the crucifixion of the guy. It's the same story. It's always the same process. It's always the same reaction. It's all one story. And your behavior is always the same. You would have to eradicate the guy, eliminate him, mock him and crucify him. You want a guitar that looks like a PRS. If you could make a guitar, that's what you would make. First, you would buy a CNC machine and then call it handmade. And that's why you got a mask on right now. And you deserve everything that's coming to you. Everything. You have no fucking guts. PRS is shit! Oh, you can't say that. Because PRS is endorsed by everybody. So it must be good. It's a taboo. If you say PRS is shit, we don't want to go there. We don't want to step on any taboo. We can't step on any taboos. That's the unwritten rule of life. If we step on any taboos, nobody's gonna like us. As simple as that. And this Alex guy, he's not liked because he's antisocial. And nobody wants to be antisocial. We do what the alien tells us to do because that's the right thing to do. It's not Jesus. It's the alien that tells us what to do. Jesus is gone. The alien is in. That's the truth. We'll just go along and we'll get along and we'll be liked. We want to be liked. Especially on the internet. So you don't really feel that it's wise, prudent, advisable to have independent thought of your own. You're too scared to. Yeah, you may say a few little things here and there, you know, and you're a big fucking radical, right? Oh yeah. You know, but I'm only interested in your behavior, your actions. Are your actions radical? Or are your actions for the purpose of virtue signaling and showing the alien that you're on board? You didn't step out of line. You want the alien to accept you and include you in the plan, in the agenda, in the club. Make you a member. And then you'll get gigs at the local amateur night. And you'll be on the team. You'll get to play around with other toddlers who have exactly your personality type. You can relate to each other. You speak each other's language. You give each other companionship. You identify with them. They all follow. You follow together. You're buddies. You certainly don't want to be attacked online in the comments section by other toddlers. No! You like camaraderie with toddlers. Toddlers love toddlers. And that's why you do sometimes things that is going to bring on your premature demise. And it all comes down to what? One thing. Your personality type. That dictates everything about you. Your personality type. And you and I, we don't have the same personality type. You see? And that's why we find each other detestable. It's totally normal. It's okay. I know what's happening. We have opposing personality types. I have studied this for decades. I have studied you for decades. Studied it and made lots of notes. But very interestingly, it took the alien to confirm it and legitimize it by exposing you. It's the alien that exposed you, not myself. It's the alien that exposed you. And it's the alien that's going to bring on your demise, your premature demise, not me. I just studied it. I made notes. I formulated the concept. I've been speaking on it for the last few years. But it's the alien that vindicated me and justified everything that I observed and I formulated decades ago. But you bought a PRS a long time ago, or you will buy one, because it's what you're accepted to do, to be part of the club and to be included on the team. I don't like a sunburst Les Paul. Oh, I think you're already going way too overboard if you say that. You're supposed to like the sunburst Les Paul, okay? You know that. You know that, right? That was a bad example. But just do one thing. If you take away one thing out of this whole long lecture, nothing sticks. Nothing sticks in this empty space up there. And it's not even that you don't have a brain, but you know that you shouldn't use it. You're just going to get yourself in trouble. And you know what the end result will be? You're not going to be liked. And above all, you want to belong. You want to be liked. You want to be included in the group. You want to hang out with the boys. You want to play in the band. You're buddy. You don't hardly ever do anything on your own. I know that. You always have to have buddies with you. Just like the girls. You ever see a girl by herself? Independently doing things by herself? That's the real strong, independent women. Does it exist? No, it doesn't. That's why the type B male bunny is the same as a girl. You're with the boys. You're playing the drums, and he's playing the bass guitar. You're in the band, and you don't want to go outside the mainstream. There's no way you're going to go outside the mainstream. It just is not going to happen. Because the end result is always, you're not going to be liked. And that's the death of you. You want to be accepted. And that's why you may actually have a brain up there. But no. You know better not to dare use it. Because if you ever do voice and exhibit independent thought, and thus independent behavior, you are immediately an outcast. You will be shunned by your buddies in the band and in life in general, and you're deadly afraid of that. There's no fucking way that you're ever gonna come up independently that you like naughty pine guitars. There's no fucking way. The only time that you're gonna say that you like naughty pine guitars is when you feel that you're allowed to say that you like naughty pine guitars. Because then it's allowed, it's permitted by the society that you really want to be liked and be a part of. You will never come up with that on your own. You may buy it as a curiosity. Only anonymously, of course. It must be anonymous. Nobody is to know about it. That's how that infamous Home Depot dumpster guitar was purchased. It was originally purchased anonymously, and then years later sold anonymously and repurchased anonymously. And I have no idea where it is. But unless the alien comes out and with all their promotional powers internationally, worldwide, says that this is a tremendous instrument and it's of great value, it will always remain anonymous. Because it's a vice. Because throughout the years it was considered disgraceful. It's stepping out of the ordinary. It's stepping out of line. It's stepping out of the accepted standards of propriety. And the toddlers who purchased it will dare not anybody know that they have it. It's a stigma. Because it wasn't marketed, distributed, sold by the alien. That's how that infamous Home Depot dumpster guitar was purchased anonymously and sold anonymously. Nobody knew about it. And it was purchased as a curiosity only. Definitely not as a status symbol. Because this was the opposite of status. But you will never truly, in a heartfelt way, want a naughty pine guitar. And you're going to try your best to do it surreptitiously. Make sure that nobody really finds out. And even when you do go out and buy a Naughty Pine guitar, you won't know why you're doing it. You just will know that it's expected of you because it's now been normalized. And now it's the right thing to do because it's allowed. And that's why we're in the mess that we're in. Because of your fucking type B male bunny personality. And there's billions of you. Billions. You see the beauty of this program? The alien had masses of you to work with. And that's why the alien is successful, and that's why the alien rules the world. Because of you. And your brother-in-law, and all your buddies, and your neighbor, and your co-workers, and your sister, and your aunt, and your parents, and your car mechanic, your barber, and your minister, your priest, your real estate agent, your driving instructor, your bus driver. All of you are in this together to help the alien. Do you get it? This is what you have done now. Enjoy the fruits of your achievement. Enjoy it. This is what you have done. I gotta tell you that I didn't participate. In fact, I'm a denier. Do you understand? I'm the worst thing that you can be. And that's a denier. When it comes to the aliens, I deny everything. But not you. You believe it. And even if you don't believe it, you go along with it. You promote it. All of you together give the alien its power. And always has. Because none of you know the alien. You're just complying and conforming to the alien. Which means that you're working for the alien. Every time you put on a mask, you're working for the alien. As long as you realize that. Alien's got a lot of ammunition, and that's you. You give the alien its power. You're very important. And anyone that goes against the program, goes against the plan, gets crucified, and should get crucified according to you. Right? We don't want to see any Naughty Pine guitars until the alien gives us the go-ahead. The permission. Yeah, I'm weird. Of course I'm fucking weird. I'm crazy. I'm pathological. Because I'm in a very small minority. You are the majority. You rule, buddy. You rule, my friend. You and your buddies rule. And that's why you play in the band and I don't. I have my own band. A band of one. Always a band of one. But not you. You're a band. You're in a band. You're in band. In one band, in two bands, in 5 bands with all your buddies. You are in a band of not millions, but billions. 6 billion! Most likely. That's how powerful you are. That's how many of you there are. The fucking zombies of toddlers. You scare the shit out of me. And none of you step out of line. None of you go off the reservation. None of you do anything that you're not permitted to do. I mean, even if, this is the key, even if you do it, you're not doing it because you truly want to do it. You're doing it because it's now allowed and expected of you. And that's how you function, and that's how you purchase. That's where your purchasing behavior emanates from. The alien tells you what you're allowed and not allowed to do and think and say. But anyway, just do one thing. You can listen to the rest of this, all right? Just remember, you didn't get any of this from Rick Beato, okay? Always remember, I didn't get any of this from Rick Beato. I didn't get any of this from Rick Beato. Just remember that. Well, one thing, that anything you hear here, you didn't get from Rick Beato. Because Rick Beato would never tell you any of this stuff. Rick Beato doesn't know any of this. It's not a flat 9. It's not a harmonic minor scale. It's not endorsed by the mainstream. The mainstream doesn't want you to know any of this stuff. And Rick Beato never learned any of this. Rick Beato is an absolute toddler in this regard. He's in kindergarten and failing it badly. Rick Beato is a theoretical illiterate. Illiterate when it comes to the alien. Knowing the alien and knowing the way the alien rules the world and the way the world functions under the alien rule. Rick Beato knows nothing. Rick Beato sees no evil. And neither do you. Because Rick Beato is the king of the toddlers. The king. So in 1999, building this novel Naughty Pine guitar, not painting it like Leo Fender did, in order to hide the Naughty Pine that it's made of, in order to disguise it under the paint. No. Not just using it as a prototype that he's going to destroy right after anyway. Nobody's going to see, no one's going to buy. This was a featured item, a major achievement for me that was stridently thrust out there into the anonymity-infested internet. So everybody and anybody would see it. Hey, I built a Naughty Pine guitar, and it's the best in the world. And it was naturally finished, and you could see the knots, and I even bought some antique nails and pounded it into it, and I relicked it, and I distressed the wood, and I put wormholes in it, and I provoked the toddler. I went like this to the fucking toddler. This is for you and your PRS. Right up your fucking ass. Stick your PRS up your ass, you fucking toddler. That was my attitude in 1999. And the toddler felt it. And like little girls, they got together and went, we're anonymous, and we can call you a douchebag, and all this shit, we can do all that because we're anonymous. We're on the internet. Nobody pays attention to us in the music stores. When they look at us, they laugh. But we're on the internet. Nobody can see us. What a goof we are. And we're totally worthless goofs. But we got a voice on the internet. And I'm like, fuck you, toddler. Fuck you. And it was halfway done as an experiment in human psychology. That's how I get my feedback. That's how I do my studies. I throw out a stimuli, and I wait for the response, which I monitor very closely and document. And that was a perfect psychological experiment with me, okay, overplaying my role, dramatizing it, but triggering them and seeing how they will respond. They didn't know what to do. They were mocking me and laughing and saying, oh, probably sounds like shit, or that, it must, we don't like this guy, so his guitars must be shit too. They just did not know what to make of Knotty Pine. Guitar made out of Knotty Pine. They've never heard of this, ever, from any source, and definitely not from the mainstream. From the global corporate world that rules. The bottom line was that this first Knotty Pine they've ever heard of in 1999, and relict on top of that, scratched up, dented up, dyed with various stains, waxes, to make it look old. The bottom line was that it was different. And in the world of the toddler, you follow. You cannot be an original because the toddlers all pile up on you. They form a monkey pile on top of you. How dare you be different? The guitar was different, and I committed the crime to be different. And to this day I'm different. And the toddler can't handle it. And that's why I'm rooting for the alien. Understand? The alien is going to vindicate me against the toddler. My enemy is the toddler. And if you're in my situation, if you're like me in any way, your enemy is the toddler. Understand this. In 1999, the toddler had not been programmed yet to accept and to like and to promote Knotty Pine guitars and relic guitars. So it must not exist. It must not be good. It must not be legitimate. It must not be relevant. And it actually might just be a real bad thing, a bad idea, according to them. You got to understand that the other big failing of the toddler is that they're simply not knowledgeable individuals. You know, how many people really know guitars? They don't. They buy it because they hear in the mainstream that it's hip now, and it's really nothing more than a fashion item. It's a brand. Gibson, Fender, and some of the other bigger ones, they're not really guitar companies. They're not guitar brands. They're lifestyle brands, and they even have admitted it in the past. And even if they admit it or they don't admit it, you're buying a lifestyle brand, so you're controlled psychologically to do so. They're brand conscious, and it's a fashion item, and that's why they cannot diverge or deviate from a certain image of what they're told a guitar is. And most guitars are not purchased for playing. As I said, it's an identity. It's the the boomer is still on his way to Woodstock. Let's put it that way. The boomer's playing in a cover band. The white boomer is a deadly creature, a deadly dangerous creature to the future of the world and humanity. The white boomer. You know, all those people in the 60s, they never actually liked, I don't think they really liked a lot of the music or could even appreciate it, but it was very hip. It was well, it was a major project in social engineering. So it was pushed by the alien in a major way. Just like hip hop was pushed decades later, of course, and what they did is they annihilated the previous musical genres, and there was a specific reason for that, and I'll let you figure that out, why they went from that type of stuff to hip hop, which is ghetto culture. They went from the hippie culture to the ghetto culture. For the same reason they went to the hippie culture, for the same reason they went to the ghetto culture. The purpose of both types of genres, every genre of music, blues, jazz, disco, funk, whatever it may be, foisted upon an ignorant, gullible, naive, and unaware society, is relentless and never-ending social engineering. That was the purpose of all the music you love and all the bands you love. Most of them were fake anyway. PSYOP. That was the purpose of Woodstock. Social engineering of the white boomer. And that's how we got to where we are now. See, everything's connected. The alien, that is. See, the alien brought you all these cultural movements and cultural revolutions for a specific reason, son of a bitch. Because the alien hates the toddler, but only uses the toddler to build a world of their own. Yeah, the big problem with the toddler is that they have to be totally dependent in terms of forming their opinions upon authority, dependent upon authority, because they just don't know enough. They're just too ignorant to actually make their own decisions and determine their own behavior. So upon seeing the reaction to my dramatized presentation of my newly created, built, handmade Naughty Pine guitar, it was quite a psychological revelation to witness. And of course, as predicted, they all responded in unison. And you got to understand that, you know, right now, you have been primed and coded and programmed. You yourselves, listening to this in 2022, you have been conditioned to accept Naughty Pine. But you got to understand that in 1999, there was no use of Naughty Pine in guitar building. And if there was, nobody ever heard of it because it wasn't in the mainstream. Do you understand what I'm trying to say here? Edward Bernays had not introduced Naughty Pine yet as the coolest thing in guitar building. So therefore the toddler could never formulate their own opinion on it. They just knew that it wasn't cool because the alien wasn't ratifying the idea of Naughty Pine in guitar building. They were not conditioned, and the reaction was severely negative towards it, and severely negative towards me. How dare you step over the line and make something that you're not supposed to make out of a material that you're not supposed to use. No one's ever heard of a guitar made of Naughty Pine. You got to understand something, that right now you can actually go to various guitar tool and parts suppliers, and you can actually buy A little blank, body blank of knotty pine with big knots in it. You can actually buy it, and you pay big dollars to buy this blank, and then you can cut out your own fucking knotty pine body. That's 2022, not 1999, fucking Stuart McDonald! You fucking global homo company. Where the fuck were you in 1999? Where the fuck were you? I was doing it. I was doing it. You understand what I'm saying? What I'm trying to tell you is, what I'm trying to say is that in 2022, and it's been like this for several years, knotty pine is everywhere, especially for the Telecaster, for Fender style guitars. It's everywhere. And who did it first? Who did many things first? Where's my fucking credit? Where's my fucking credit? You pathetic toddlers, you. You don't even know anything. You have no clue. You're hearing this for the first time. That's why the alien can do anything they want with you. And they will. And I wanted to extract that extreme reaction. It's what I wanted to do, and they gave it to me. And I just shook my head, and I figured there's something seriously wrong with these people, with humanity in general, right? But of course, you're not one of these toddlers. Oh yeah, you're definitely not. We know that. You gotta remember, this is 1999. This was, 20 something years ago, 23 years ago or something. But even way before this, I knew that there was something seriously wrong with humanity, or with the current state of humanity. And I realized that whatever evil force will emerge, well, it's been with us since the beginning of time, really, or at least for the last in various forms in the last few thousand years, anyway, 2,000 years. And I realized that this evil force will be able to do anything that they want with these very weak, submissive, approval desperate, very easily manipulated population. This is the society. This is the society that we live in, and anyone with an independent mind, anybody who is an original, has to suffer to live in this pathetic, weak, subservient society who pretty much is conditioned and programmed to behave on command and to think on command. You think you were created by God? You may have been created by God, but the alien took over and made you their own. The alien has transformed you and is in the process of really transforming you now, with no possibility of return. The alien will transform you forever. Basically wipe you out as you thought you were, and the way you were created, wipe you right out. And transform you according to their own design. You are designed according to the alien, by the alien. This is major stuff. This is major fucking stuff. This is not Rick Beato level toddler stuff. Understand? I mean, that stuff is great. El Di Meola, I thought the guy was dead. For 30 years, I thought he was dead. And there he is on Instagram. Every 5 minutes, he fucking puts up a post on Instagram. And yes, he is safe. Safe and protected. They're doing performances and don't realize anything about the situation they're in and the world is in. They can't see anything. They can't see, they can't hear, they can't feel. Is that a true artist for you? Is that what a true artist is about? A world-class artist who can't see, who can't hear, and can't feel? You can't be an artist without those faculties. You're the opposite of an artist. This is not talking about 80s pop music here. This is a little bit more serious, just a bit. And more power to the alien. Why would they not? They built this. They made you the way you are. The alien made you. The alien owns you. And more power to the alien. Do with them whatever you wish. They're putty in your hands. Just give them a little beer and a little football. Oh, and a little Zach Wild. Is that his real name? Does anybody call their kid Zach Wild? Is he that wild? Is he really that wild? Well, he's a pacifier. Look at all those toddlers in the audience. And Zach is making sure that they know nothing and they find out nothing what's happening to them. That's the job of Zach Wild. While he plays Mr. Dress Up around the world. Oh man. No, I don't want to be Zach Wild. It's truly a puppet show for the toddlers. Literally. The puppets are on stage and the toddlers are watching the puppets. Now, how fucking low an IQ can you get? You know, the arrested development that's evident is just excruciating to watch. Not for you, because your IQ is most likely on the level of the toddlers watching Zach Wild on stage. But for somebody who's a little bit above that, it's excruciating. Maybe there's only maybe 3 of us, I'm not sure. Could be. So just pacify the toddler a little bit. Send out your pacifiers. And you can do anything you want with them. The alien will eventually kill you. And remember where you heard that. It was not Rick Beato. They're going to do anything they want with them. Because all they have to do is they're pretty much programmed. They're you know, at a push button thing, they can push a button and they're going to make them do anything that they want to make them do. As long as it's coming from an authority source, a source of authority. Not from individuals like myself. No, they're going to be, they're going to resist the individual. But they will never resist the ruling class because they're absolutely, completely dependent on authority and the ruling class. You know, even to get a bite to eat, even to take a breath, they're dependent on those who rule over them. And if they have any type of aggression, which they still do, it will never be directed towards authority. Never. It will be actually directed towards the individual. In fact, the individual that refuses to conform. So I would suggest that you conform, or else you will end up the way I did in 1999. You will be an outcast. You will be a pariah. You will be shunned and mocked. And the worst of the worst, you will not be accepted and liked. Ouch! Any type of aggression or resistance will be directed at the dissident individual which stands in the way of the agenda that is set out and presented to them by the authorities in a society. So there's no such thing as civil war. Every incidence of civil war is fabricated, it's calculated, it's designed, it's instigated by the authorities. Individuals do not rise up and go against governments or the ruling class. It just doesn't happen. Every single, if you look into it, if you learn real history, if you really dig deep, you will realize that every incidence of civil war, rebellion, or war in general, world wars, was designed, planned, and fabricated and instigated by the alien. Always by the alien and the alien ideology, which is world domination. Total exploitation and total domination. Nothing less. There's nothing in between here. Total exploitation and total domination. The methodology utilized is false flag. The false flags are the instigators. And everything is provided for the rebels to advance forward and achieve the incentives of the authorities, the ruling class. In fact, there aren't really any rebels. Independently, there are no rebels. The true, the organic, the independent, the real rebels are quickly subdued, annihilated, beaten down. Rebels are beaten down. They are very quickly neutralized. The rebels that you see in any wars, the armies, those that are going to create the change or claim to create the change, those armies and individual rebels are always created by the alien. Nothing is organic and nothing happens by chance. That's something to remember. Nothing happens by chance in an alien world. That is the staging. It is absolutely staged through false flags, which ignite wars, rebellions, and general upheaval in order to bring forth a reset of society, which results in the enslavement and the eradication of designated groups and masses. Because the toddler and the toddler class, the masses of toddlers, of which there are billions in the world, are actually proxies for the alien. And the alien could not get anything done if it wasn't for these proxies. So if you're a toddler, and most of you listening to this are, let's be honest here, let's get this straight. You're working for the alien. And it's not necessarily that you're a bad person, but or you're evil or satanic or anything like that. You're just weak. Weakness is very dangerous and very destructive to society and nature and the individual. See, most people are toddlers, and what comprises a toddler? What are the characteristics of a toddler? It is, as I said, weakness, mental illness, and cowardice. And one more thing, tremendous ignorance, unawareness, lack of consciousness. You know, like your brother-in-law. You know, the guy that's a lot more successful than you are in life, and he looks down on you, and he's got no respect for you, and he's condescending. That guy. That guy. He's the toddler. He's comprised of these 4 elements that make him a toddler. Weakness, mental illness, cowardice, and ignorance. That's about sums up almost everyone in the world. And by displaying these traits, they actually get monetization from the alien. That's the incentive to not be different. And when you put these 4 elements together in one lump and you mix it all together, you end up with a conformist, a compliant slave. The underpinning, the framework of the toddler is rests upon and it is based upon, gives rise to the toddler. What the framework is the personality type of the toddler, which is the type B beta male bunny, is what I call it. And that personality type creates the toddler. And this is precisely why the toddler, any toddler, is predisposed psychologically to become a communist instantly. Instant communist right there. They have all the fundamentals ready for them to become a full-blown naked communist, which means that they are going to be lifetime servants of the alien. That's exactly what the alien is after. Slaves of the alien, more correctly. Or you can call it the normie. It's also based upon the personality type, along with a very serious dose of unawareness and unconsciousness, no perception, and therefore no discernment in the way they function through life. That's what the toddler is. See, the toddler, or even better, the masses of toddlers, literally masses and masses of asses, masses of toddlers, are custom designed by the alien to conform. And then the alien can meet any agenda that they concoct in their evil ways, because the toddler will always be there to carry it out and make sure that it goes to fruition through misery, through death, wars, starvation. I could say many other words. So the toddler always works for the alien, and it doesn't matter. It's either through necessity or incentives, which is opportunism. You know, like your brother-in-law. Your brother will do it out of opportunism because he wants to be successful in life. Success is everything in life. And he wants to acquire things and have as many as possible and have status. Things and status is opportunism. And he'll be a member of the party. And they will award him with a designated title. And there will be salami for him once a week, where there won't be salami for you. You will go hungry. The toddler works for the alien either wittingly or unwittingly, either through necessity for survival or through being incentivized to do so. And in either one of those instances, the toddler will commit any and all atrocities for the alien. That's the way it works. And you will be one of these toddlers working for the alien. Without a doubt. If you're not already working for the alien. You know, I often think, whatever happened to those exact vacuous, stupid toddlers in 1999? Where are they now? Well, I'm hoping with all my heart that the alien has taken them out in the Great Plague. I'm hoping they're no longer with us. If you're one of them, come forward and I'll give you a big hug. You know, nobody touch pine, or especially naughty pine, you know, with big knots in it and stuff. Nobody would do that. And on top of it, relict, distressed, nails pounded into it, scratched up, banged up. They didn't know what that was in 1999. See? This is what I'm trying to get through here. In 1999. Now, what would it take for them to legitimize anything in this world? I mean, they could legitimize you anything. They can make you do anything. They can make you do even any atrocity that you can think of. And I could name you the worst possible thing that they're legitimizing right now, but I'm not going to name it, because I think if you've got even half of a brain and you're conscious to pay attention, you know what I would say. The point is that they could legitimize society to go along with anything and to actually deem it as being normal, healthy, moral, ethical, everything aspirational. You need to aspire to all this in order to be progressive, modern, in order to be modern progressives, evolving, equitable, acceptance, tolerance, inclusion. You know the words. The alien is very good with words. Very, very good with words. creating meanings, new meanings for words, new applications. It's all there to control your mind. That's the purpose of it. Progressive? Oh yeah. As you have seen, many other things that were legitimized and normalized over the last 20, 30 years. I could never make you do any of these things. I couldn't. You're not going to listen to me. I've got no credibility with you. But the authorities, those in power, you feel it, even if you know nothing up here. You know who rules the world. You kind of like instinctually feel it if you're a toddler. And that's who you gravitate towards. Chances are, if you're a professional guitar player, you're a big fucking toddler. And you're sucking off the alien. Everything you've ever gained in the world is from you sucking off the alien. And many times, literally. See, the alien, for the toddler, can make anything legitimate and normal. The most degenerate things in the world, look at the degeneration of the world we live in. It's all been normalized and you agree to it. It's because you're very manipulable. As long as it comes to your material gains and your status within the party. And you're very susceptible to it. And you expect it. The alien will make you do anything through necessity and incentivization. Those are two words for you to learn. You're going to do everything either through necessity or incentivization. As easy as that. I can't make you do anything, but those that have the power, that control every currency of the world, the very system the world, the entire world functions on, the lifeblood of the world as it's set up currently, they control it all. Every police force and control every army and own every army in the world can make you do anything. It's frightening. It should frighten you. Where will you draw the line? Where is your limit? What will you not do for the alien? Either through necessity or incentivization. You are primed to be manipulated and controlled, programmed, coded through necessity and incentivization. Primed in every aspect of life. Not just consumerism, but every behavior that you display is controlled and directed by the alien, and you abide by it. You're obedient to the alien because the alien rules the world and you know it. See, you may think that you follow God, Jesus, and you fear God and Jesus, and your whole moral structure is built upon Christian morality, but it actually is not. Because this world is not controlled and owned by God. It's controlled and owned by the alien, and you know it. And in this world, it's not God that's going to punish you. It's the alien that's going to punish you. And you know it. So you actually worship and you fear, not God, not Jesus, but the alien. And in fact, in this world, we can only talk about this world. I don't know about the next world. I hope you end up where you deserve to end up in the next world, and I hope it's a wonderful place. But I don't know anything about that. I only know about this world. And in this world, it's the alien that can take away your life. Just like that. This world is ruled by the alien. Get that through your fucking head. It's ruled by the alien. This world. We're talking about this world. This world is ruled by the alien. Because the alien owns this world. The alien controls your birth and your life. And everything in between. In this world, that's all we can talk about is this world. You are submitting. You submit not to God, but to the alien. You are forced to submit to the alien, and most of you gladly submit to the alien. So if the alien comes out and says that Naughty Pine is the coolest thing in the world for guitars, you will say yes. I never thought otherwise. Understand? And you're mocking and you're ridiculing instantly stops. That's how much power the alien has over you. The alien owns you. And you will gladly submit to the alien because you will gain, or you will perceive to gain, privilege. Privilege in this world. Because the alien owns this world. The alien owns the board game that you're on, that life is on, that humanity is on. And right now the alien is turning the board game upside down and making a chaos of everything on the board. Just turning it over. And you're going to a Zach Wild concert and watching Mr. Dress Up, making sure that you don't find anything out. And there's that Nichols James Jarrett, or whatever the fuck his name is. You see how stupid they want you to stay? And they all work for the alien. They are puppets. They are nothing. They can't step out of the line. They can't step out of line. They are allowed to operate only because they work for the alien. And so do you. It's only the alien that can hand out privilege and preserve your life for the time being. That's how powerful the alien is, and you know it. The currency is owned by the alien. The currency of the world that the world runs on. Everything is controlled by the alien. Everything. Including guitars made out of Naughty Pine, which are now good and very cool. And we'll get into that a little more. You want to submit to the alien because you've been primed your whole life to worship the alien. Even through your religion, you're worshiping the alien. You're not worshiping Jesus. You're worshiping the God, which is the alien of this world. And you will submit because it's progressive to you. And if you play the game correctly, and if you promote the agenda, you will gain. You will become famous to a certain extent, get some notoriety, and make money. You will gain material goods. Status! It's the only way to gain status. And if you're a guitar builder, it doesn't matter what you make. They will be in demand. Because you're playing the game. You're dancing with the alien. You will gain privilege. Privilege. Only the alien can give you privilege. Only the alien has privilege. And you know this. Instinctually, you know this. I'm talking to you. Guitar players out there with some amount of a name. Some amount of name recognition. You know where the money is instinctually. You know it. You go where the money is. You know who to suck off. In this world, if you play the game of the alien and you consent to it and comply to it, but you gotta commit a few atrocities. The higher you go, the more atrocities you have to commit. Can you do that? Are you ready to do that? Do you have it in you to do that? Are you cowardly enough to sell your soul? Ask yourself that question. You'll go far if you do. Anything degenerate, anything unheard of, anything revolutionary, anything good, anything bad, the alien can legitimize it because the alien owns all of the media. And the alien is right in your brain. They've got a fucking wiring right into your fucking brain, and what the alien says is what you're going to do. And you want to do it. Right? What I say, no, you're gonna oppose that right away. Because I'm not the authority. I'm not the establishment. Right? I am not the ruling class. I'm not the one who's going to give you status, privilege, fame, and fortune. I can't give you any of that. And I would never do it. I don't elevate the toddler in any way. And the important part of that exchange is that they want your soul in exchange, and I don't want your soul. And what would it take for the alien to normalize, legitimize guitars made of knotty pine? Can you guess? And you have to admire it. Just like that. Just overnight. Just like that. Before this, knotty pine was bad. From now on, knotty pine is good. A couple of decades ago, knotty pine was an absolute joke to be laughed at, to be ridiculed. 20 years later, knotty pine is cool. It's what you gotta have. It's what Big Brother says. It's not just that knotty pine was bad. What I'm trying to say here is that knotty pine was an absolute farce, a joke, something to laugh at, ridicule the person that that is crazy enough to build some guitar out of knotty pine. You know, it was an absolute comedy show to be mocked. And overnight, it has changed. And the history of its ridicule had just as quickly vanished. You understand? You understand the metaphor here for life? And the world that we live in, the same thing is going to be done to you as was done to my knotty pine guitar. Because the alien controls everything. Repeat after me. Everything. You know what everything means? Everything means everything. The past, the present, and the future. The alien has to control it all. There's no half measures here. It's absolute. It's just a matter of time. That's right, I mean everything. Absolutely, positively, everything. And in fact, history is wiped out because 90 Pine was never bad. It was always good. People like me who build guitars at 90 Pine, we didn't exist. Because 90 Pine was always good. Remember that? 90 Pine was always good. Repeat that. 90 Pine was always good. 90 Pine is the best. And then they have to make you believe it and act on it. You have to put it in here. So one day, for whatever reason, it fits into the aliens' agenda, and they decided, Naughty Pine, starting right now, it's a good thing. And you gotta demand it, and you gotta worship it, and you have to believe it's good. Even though the toddler has no clue as to why it's good, but they'll even give you the reasoning of how you should think so that you believe that it's good because the state says it's good. So you have to believe it's good and you have to tell everybody that it's good. Now, in case you didn't pick up on what I just said, I just described science to you. That's how science works. At least in an alien world. Not in a real world, but in an alien world. It's not science, it's alien science. And you fell for it. You see, if the alien says Naughty Pine is good and it's cool, and you need to support it and believe in it, because it's science, the alien is saying, don't question alien science. If you question alien science, we will remove you. We will subjugate you. We will annihilate you, destroy you in every way. We will silence you, sometimes forever, because you don't believe in alien science, that Naughty Pine is good, and we say it's good. And you have to repeat that it's good. Naughty Pine is good. Naughty Pine is good. And you're going to go along with the lie because you want that alien privilege, don't you? You want to be on stage with Zach Wild. He puts his costumes on and the lights, flashing lights, and he wears horns on his head with a skirt on and plays the pentatonic scale, and you want to be right there with him, and you're ready to have your own mother arrested and taken away because you want that alien privilege, don't you? And sometimes you're forced into it because there's no salami in the fridge. In fact, there's no fridge. There's no power to run the fridge. And you're still buying fucking vintage guitars. How about those vintage sellers? My goodness. More pacifiers for you. You deserve it. You deserve every bit of it. You need to go down. Because you work for the alien. Either wittingly or unwittingly, you work for the alien. I don't. There's a few of us that don't. And then you have to even report those who don't think it's good. Naughty Pine is good. Naughty Pine is good. You want Naughty Pine. You want Naughty Pine. Because it's for the greater good. And if you don't go along with it, you're an enemy of the state. Naughty Pine is good. You want Naughty Pine. Your next guitar will be Naughty Pine. You want Naughty Pine. And you better believe that you can only participate in society. You can only be included in society. You can only be accepted in society and elevated in society and privileged in society if you think and actually believe and feel that Naughty Pine is good. From this point on, Naughty Pine is good. In fact, Naughty Pine has always been good. Because the alien says that Naughty Pine is good. And you as a toddler, you'll go along with it without any problems, automatically, instantly. Because it's not me telling you that Naughty Pine is good, it's the state, the alien that rules the world is telling you that Naughty Pine is good, and it's always been good. So that is the question. What would it take for the toddler to say, not only say, I think it's pretty cool, a Naughty Pine guitar. Yeah, it's all right. Yeah, okay, well, whatever people like. You know, so they kind of accept it. That's not enough. To legitimize it is to get you to actually desire it. To actually build a demand for it. All right. And when I did mine, I consider, I'm not the first, but I consider metaphorically to be the first guitar builder to make an electric guitar out of Naughty Pine and announce it emphatically, put it on display. All right, not just do it because of necessity or kind of hide the fact that it's Naughty Pine and, you know, cover it up with paint or whatever, but actually celebrate it. That's what I was looking for, that word. Celebrate the fact. Hey everybody, all you nameless pieces of shit on this chat group. Listen, all you nameless piece of fucking shit video game players, you fat slobs, fat slob toddlers. Look what I did! I love that. And the toddlers, they join forces. They're always unite. You know, they need the power of numbers because they're cowards. That's why you're anonymous on the internet. Why are you anonymous on the internet? Are you guilty of something? Are you ashamed of yourself? Did you do something degenerate? Are you hiding something? Yeah? Did you? Okay, we won't dare dox you. Or maybe we should. That'll get you running, right? So I celebrated the fact and shoved it into their face, rubbed it in, you know, threw it in their face and said, you love that PRS, don't you? Well, here's some fucking Naughty Pine for you, fucking toddler. It's the antithesis of your disgusting PRS alien built, CNC machine built cookie cutter, grotesquely figured tone wood atrocity. It's the antithesis of that in your fucking face, toddler. That was the reason behind the Home Depot guitar. The number one reason. And that's when I triggered them. So, what I'm trying to get at is, what would it take these same fucking toddlers or their descendants, because there's a toddler born every minute, unfortunately. To not only accept guitars made of knotty pine, but actually lust for it. You have to understand what I'm trying to articulate here, and it's not easy. How do you go from laughing at it, being disgusted by it, ridiculing it, and whoever's involved with knotty pine? How do you go from getting the toddler from that to actually desiring guitars made of knotty pine? How do you do that? How do you go from contempt to desire? The complete opposite. How do you go from one extreme to the other extreme? Do you understand what I'm getting at here? Do you understand? Did you ever think about this? Of course not, you didn't. That's why you come to this channel. You hear things here from me that you've never thought of, because you're incapable of thinking of them. Or you know that you're not allowed to think about them. You're not allowed to think about these things, and you're not allowed to talk about these things. You're too afraid to think about them. Celebrating a guitar and promoting it, which was made of knotty pine, was prohibited by the social group, which put a prohibition on it. It was to be avoided, because this particular subculture of guitar enthusiasts had deemed knotty pine as being repulsive, offensive, and sacrilegious. It was not supposed to be a tone wood. A tone wood is anything that is figured wood. The more figure, the more expensive the wood, the better it is as a tone wood. The fancier the wood, the better it will sound. As simple as that. How can you question that? That was the mentality, the way the toddlers are still indoctrinated. And you better believe in that, because if you don't believe that indoctrination, then you are nothing short of a douchebag. Paul Reed Smith is going around making his rounds, offering this propaganda, this gaslighting, this indoctrination. And he is mainstream. He is accepted. He's got credentials. He's the greatest guitar builder, luthier that ever lived. Just like his fraternal, co-ethnic, tribal brother, Albert Einstein, who was the smartest man who's ever lived. You know that. You don't even question it, do you? No. You don't dare deny it. You better not. Because it's accepted. It's a known fact. It's been manufactured to be the truth. In legal terms, that has judicial notice. It's incontrovertible. That's it. You cannot question it. And if you went against what was permitted by the social group, you too will be ridiculed. And you too will be thrown out and be an outcast. And you're deadly afraid that your fellow toddlers are not going to accept you into the group. You will be attacked by all the other toddlers on the guitar forums and be thrown out. And then you'll be an outcast, an antisocial outcast, along with me. And you would certainly never have the fortitude to try that without being anonymous on the internet, right? You would never, ever be able to do it. I did it. I did it since day one. Day one. Ever since. I said, hey, I made a guitar out of knotty pine that I found in the garbage. And I scratched it all up, pounded nails into it, throw dirt on it. The best guitar you would ever play. Here I am, my name is Alex. Can you do that? I don't think so. That would be the death of you. Why? Because you're a toddler, that's why. Why do I keep calling you a toddler? That's the reason. And you created the world that we're in right now. And you're keeping this fucking mess alive. You're keeping this fucking mess alive. It's you that's doing it. And you expect me to not detest you? I have a good reason. So nobody liked Naughty Pine, and neither did you. You would not dare express any affinity to Naughty Pine and be a dissenter against the group. Wow. Think about it. I think you're shaking already just thinking about it. You're having a convulsion. You're traumatized. You're in agony. Just thinking about it. No anonymity. Give your name, give your location, give your age, show your fucking face, and go against the group. Oh. Okay, I'll stop, okay? I'll stop. I'm not that cruel to torture you this badly. You know exactly what's proper. Proper conduct in an alien world. Well, in any world, really. You will not hold a conflicting opinion which goes against the group. Being at variance with society. That's not permissible. Especially if you're not anonymous. Then it's downright scary. And these norms, these taboos, were set by the alien. It's always set by the alien, as I mentioned before. And you don't dare step on these taboos. Because if you do, you will lose all privilege, any morsels of opportunity, and every chance you have at succeeding in an alien world. And for the Type B bunny, that comes naturally anyway, so it's not a problem. The bottom line is that you're afraid of the alien. Society, largely made up of toddlers, adheres to whatever those norms may be at any particular time, which can change pretty much instantly according to the desires of the alien. Whatever fulfills the alien agenda is the way the agenda will be modified and be engineered to benefit the alien. Not the toddler, but the alien. All the toddler needs to do is to conform to the demands of the alien. Because once the toddler conforms, by default, the toddler then colludes and carries out and promotes the agenda which benefits the alien. This is the secret relationship between toddlers and aliens that I've been talking about. And the alien had not normalized Naughty Pine at that point. So therefore it was not part of the agenda. Did Rick Beato ever bring this up? Does Rick Beato know the alien? I don't think so. So, you understand, how do you get the toddler from this extreme to the other extreme? And to get them to act on it? That's the situation here. you still don't understand this. You don't understand the magnitude of this. How did you go from mocking and making fun of me? You got to be in a group, right? On this bulletin board in 1999, you were mocking me and you were making fun of me for, you know, some guy out of nowhere that dares to take some wood out of the garbage, and it happens to be really inferior wood, definitely not a tone wood, because that's not what Paul Reed Smith told you that tone wood is. He's still fucking going around saying, you know, trying to sell you on this bull crap about tone wood. He's still doing it. The fucking fraud. Who's not a guitar builder. He's a marketing piece of shit. And he told you that it's not a tone wood, so it wasn't permissible to build a guitar out of it. And this nut job comes out and boldly tells you that he built a guitar out of knotty pine, and you were mocking it, and you were writing these scathing, sarcastic, snide, often vile, derogatory, personal ad hominem attacks. Just an onslaught, a barrage of toxic comments attacking him personally in every way. And of course, that is not hate speech. No, because the toddlers were in step with the agenda, with the alien agenda. I was in contradiction to the alien agenda. I was anti-alien. So the toddlers could not display hatred. It could never be considered as that. What I actually did was the hateful act, claiming something which was not yet normalized. And how did you go from that to actually thinking that Naughty Pine is cool now because Fender did it, right? Just because Fender did, and you're on fucking social media, and Fender puts up a picture and say, "Woo! Is that El Mocambo wood? Whoa! If it's El Mocambo wood, you're a fucking moron." And as soon as Global Homo normalizes it for you and says it's science, you are marveling at it. You are filled with wonder and astonishment instantly. Instantly, you go from one extreme to another because Fender did it, because Global Homo did it. You're done. You're done. Your mind has been changed instantly. You understand? And that's how this complete agenda works. You heard it on the news. You read it in the magazine. You heard it from endorsers. You saw it on TV. Whereas before you were mocking it in the most scathing, vicious manner, now you're marveling at it. Now it's like you want it. 'Cause Fender did it. Some global homo that bought the Fender name. It's got nothing to do with the original company, but it's still living off of everything that Leo Fender has created. Without it, they're nothing. But you know, that's where the power is. That's where the wealth is. That's where the authority is. Then you go with it. And all the endorsers, you're bombarded by all the endorsers. So now El Mocambo wood becomes something you covet and worship. And you will do anything they tell you to do. I've been telling you you're a fucking moron for 25 years. You're a fucking moron because you were born a moron. You were born a zombie. And you'll put anything in your veins that global homo, the alien, tells you to do because you believe the alien, because anything the alien tells you is science. You dumb fuck you. And you know what? The aliens should do with you whatever they want. You deserve every bit of it, you piece of garbage. You went from mocking me. That's fine. I was enjoying it. I did it specifically to trigger you in 1999 with my Naughty Pine dumpster wood. And on the same fucking wood that's thrown in the dumpster, allegedly, if you believe the story, the fucking alien story, how many alien stories have there been throughout history? From that amazingly creative mind of the alien. Huge stories, big huge stories that changed the course of the world, of course. This is just a minor one. But keep in mind, the methodology is identical for all alien stories, also known as psyops. It's identical. So we take this little minor story, and it should tell you everything you need to know about the world that you live in. Isn't that fucking scary? And so you believe the story that, so you went from mocking somebody who took Naughty Pine out of the garbage to actually admiring and being in awe of Fender, who essentially took wood out of the garbage to build their Mocambo Strat and Tele sets. Isn't that totally astounding? Myself and Fender both did the exact same thing. I was not hyped, but Global Homo was hyped to the max. And Global Homo has authority over you. And the response was completely the opposite from the toddler. That blows my mind. And you are in awe of that. Yet you were ridiculing me for it. Because I dared to do it independently. And I was the first to do it. And just a second here. If you have followed my work over the years, you know that I was the first to do a lot of things. I was the original to do a lot of things. And when you first saw it, you didn't get it, did you? You didn't get it. Until Global Homo tells you it's good. You still don't get it, but you sure will go along with science. Because then it becomes science. And science means it's okay. It's legitimate. It's recommended. It's advisable. And you better like it. In fact, the alien makes it mandatory! You still don't get it, but you will put it in your veins. How dare the son of a bitch freak show, this this weird guy. How dare he be the first? It's gotta be Homo Globo that initiates trends. Not just a regular guy. Oh no. How dare he? We gotta cut him down. Naughty Pine? Who's ever heard of that? Taken out of the garbage? Who's ever heard of that? How dare this guy? When PRS tells us that the more figured the wood, the better it will sound. And now, you're worshiping Fender taking Naughty Pine out of the garbage. And now you're paying big bucks for it. Now you tell me, aren't you a fucking moron? You can't argue with that. You're a fucking moron. Get your mother to slap you in the face for me, right now. It wasn't approved by Global Homo at that point, was it? Not yet, it wasn't. You were waiting for Global Homo to approve it. Then it's all right. Then it's legitimate. Then it's big money, right? Yeah. That's why you're a fucking moron. And now you're going to pay for it. In fact, you're going to pay for it with your life. If Global Homo takes Naughty Pine, junk wood, damaged wood, banged up wood with nails in it, if they take that out of the garbage and build guitars out of it, it's a good thing. They can charge big bucks for it. 'Cause you'll buy it. You'll buy it, you fucking moron. They took wood out of their garbage. Who did they copy? Can you guess? Who did they copy? You know what? I was talking to a guy. He's a rep at a major guitar, pedal, amp. They've done so many things over the last 50 years. You've all heard of it, this company. And I was talking to this rep, and he kind of knew what I was doing, but he hadn't seen my work for a while. So he went on my website, and I was on the phone with him. And he says, my goodness, the stuff they're doing now, you were doing 20 years ago. That's what he told me. And that was 5 years ago. He says, you were doing all this stuff with the woods and the designs and everything else. You were doing what they're doing now with the custom shop stuff. You were doing this 20 years ago. And I said, yep. But I don't dance with the alien. That's the difference. I don't dance with the alien. But Joe Bonamassa certainly does. In fact, Joe Bonamassa has become an alien. It was a metamorphosis since the age of 12. He transformed into an alien. So how does Global Homo, the alien, because that's where Global Homo comes from one source. Everything you see comes from one source. Only one source. The alien. So how does the alien create an actual demand for it? The alien had created marketing, and many milestones were reached in the history of the world through marketing. So the alien would say, well, what would Edward Bernays do? See, they're all students of Edward Bernays, and in fact, they're genetically connected to Edward Bernays. They're in the family. They're right in the family. They're family. They're related closely. Joe Bonamassa's in the family also. And many others are in the family to Edward Bernays. And so this is an easy task. They just do what Edward Bernays taught them to do, the methodology of marketing. Paul Reed Smith is just simply following in the footsteps of Edward Bernays. He's a marketing asshole. He's there to get into your head. So you don't buy that robot-made plastic-covered, condom plastic-covered guitar, and you buy his robot-made plastic-covered guitar that's totally sanitized and synthetic and lifeless. Or there's hundreds of different brands, and they're virtually identical, really. The shape's a little bit different, maybe the color's different, whatever, but it's the same paint and the same robot. Yeah. Have you not noticed this? They're all marketing. They're all marketing, and they're marketing by conducting a psychological operation on you. Basically based on acceptance and approval. And you fall for it. Because you don't know anything about guitars. You just go what you're told. You go by what you're told to buy. And you believe what they tell you is good. And you simply go by what everyone else is doing. Just like the toddlers. There's no independent thought on your part. None at all. See, this is what nobody told me. In 1996, 97, nobody told me, if you make guitars, it's gonna be for the toddler. Wake up, dude. Don't do it. It's the toddler that rules. Nobody fucking told me this. See, what you haven't figured out, and some of you will claim that you did. Oh, I knew that all along. Oh, I knew that years ago. Yeah. No, you didn't. Your veins will prove it otherwise. But you didn't know that marketing is a psyop, and the mainstream mass media carries it out, and you fucking follow it every step of the way, and you eat your own shit. And you stick poison in your veins. If Paul Reed Smith tells you to do it. And then comes the endorsing celebs, the influencers that tell you, if you want to be cool, you better take this. And you look around to see all the other toddlers that are doing it, you're gonna fucking do it yourself, aren't you? And if they tell you to laugh at a guy that makes a guitar out of knotty pine, you will laugh at him. And if you tell him to admire that, you're gonna admire it. You're guided every fucking step of the way to your demise. And I like it. I really like it. Well, what it would take is for a Global Homo Corporation. You know, the game is 75% won already. If any piece of information is coming from Global Homo, they've got you. You're gonna agree with it. If they tell you to eat your own shit, you're gonna do it. Because Global Homo told me. So, it must be legit. Yeah. It's real. It's gotta be real. It's science! Don't you understand? If it comes from Global Homo, it's not just that it's right, and it's the right thing to do. It's actually science! You believe in science, don't you? You believe in alien science, don't you? I know you do. And you acted on it, you fucking moron. You do believe in alien science. You had no fucking clue, did you? Why would you? You wouldn't have a clue. No, you don't. You had no fucking idea, did you? You took it because Global Homo told you to take it. You took it without even thinking and without even questioning it. You took it. And I'm so glad you did. It's a beautiful process. It was a beautiful scheme. And it's still going on. You were watching Zach Wilde and Jared Nichols, John Jared Nichols. You were the medicated in the audience going... The homosexual on television told me. Oh yeah, it's real. Oh, that weirdo on that fucking YouTube channel that builds guitar? Nah, we're not gonna listen to him. He's a fucking nut job. But Global Homo? Oh yeah. Oh yeah, immediately. It's legit. And we want to do what Global Homo tells us to do. And practically speaking, you should follow Global Homo because it's the only way to thrive. It's the only way to gain any type of success in this world, in life, as we know it. You should definitely follow it. Anything that Global Homo tells you, you're going to do well. I have to admit that. So, Global Homo's got to do it, and then they got to come up with a story. The story that appeals to the toddler. Okay? And here's the story. Here's the story. There's a nightclub in Toronto made famous by Stevie Ray Vaughan. He did a live record there and album, and you know, basically is nothing special about it, just a place where live music was featured, and increasingly there's less and less, there was even in the 80s less and less live music, right? And so, you know, all kinds of bands. I mean, it doesn't matter if you're punk rock or if you were pop or synth or whatever the hell you were. You had no choice, but you had to go to the El Mocambo, and Alien owned, of course. So the Alien controls everything. So if you have anything to do, or if you reach any type of success, even minor amount of success in the entertainment industry, any part of the entertainment industry, you are dancing with the aliens. You have to. Even if you don't agree with the aliens, you're going to have to dance with the aliens. Now, are you dancing with the aliens? You're not. That's why you're a fucking loser. Understand? Well, that's not the only reason you're a loser, but that's the majority, the major reason why you are a fucking failure. Like me. Yeah. We're in this together, buddy. So, I refuse to dance with the alien. Oh, El Mocambo. So, they had to go there, and the point is that the El Mocambo, apparently this is how the story goes, that in 2014, which was blah, 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 I think, 8 years ago, they had a renovation. I have no idea what they did. Probably replaced the wood with concrete. So they came upon, this is a story. I'm not saying this happened. This is a story from Global Homo. okay? The Fender Corporation. So they came up with the story that they had in 2014, 8 years ago, they had a renovation and they tore all this old wood out, and guess what? You gotta hand it to them. You gotta admire them. They didn't throw it in the bin. They didn't throw it in the dumpster. Apparently they kept it for 8 years. Now, do you believe that? I don't, but now if you believe the story, I know that you also believe that there was a plague. A worldwide plague. And the plague is still going on. Do me a favor. Ask your wife to kick you right now. Say, honey, you gotta give me a kick, 'cause I'm a cuck and I'm a fucking moron. Do that. Maybe you are a lot more credulous than I am, especially when it comes to alien stuff. I don't believe anything the alien says, but you do. So you're going to believe the story. You say, oh, wow, El Mocambo, Stevie Ray Vaughan, ooh, legendary this, legendary that, renovation. And they kept the wood. It must have been really special wood. Yeah, and they kept the wood. And then they sold the wood to Fender, the Fender Musical Instrument Corporation, also owned by aliens, and then Fender. Now, get this straight. 8 years after the renovations, they kept the wood and then sold it or gave it or what? Who cares? Fender ended up with it to make a guitar for you. It's really, really, really special guitars. Understand? 8 years they kept the garbage wood that would normally go in the garbage, and I would pick it up from the garbage free of charge. No, not this time. Do you understand? I know you're slow. I know you're a fucking toddler, but try your best. Try. Guess what Fender did? Fender decided to make Telecasters and Stratocasters from the same wood. Don't you dare not believe the story. Let me just warn you right here. If you are caught and heard condoning, denying, or downplaying this El Mocambo / Fender story, you are guilty of an indictable offense. The aliens will completely ruin you and anybody around you, and you will go to jail. Keep that in mind. Now, you must first believe that it's the exact same wood that came out of El Mocambo. In fact, it was touched by Stevie Ray Vaughan somehow. Maybe it was the floor of the stage even. There was Stevie Ray Vaughan throwing the Strat on the stage and jumping on it and sweating all over that stage, and the Rolling Stones also sweat on that stage. And they even spit on it, I'm sure. I'm willing to bet that some even barfed on it. Now, how can it get any better than that? Now, wouldn't you think that wood is special? And wouldn't you want a guitar made out of it? Yes, you would. Yes, you would. And now Fender is going to make a guitar out of it just for you. And here's your chance. A once-in-a-lifetime chance. That's right, you guessed it. Once-in-a-lifetime chance. Fender acquired special wood from the El Mocambo. Wow! That's enough for a toddler to get an erection. And that's not an easy task. Did you know it's Naughty Pine? Oh, who cares? It's Global Homo that's doing it. It's not Alex, the weirdo. It's Global Homo doing it. And that makes all the difference. It's Global Homo that rules the world. And they're building my guitar. Yeah! It's all legit, isn't it? It's a marvelous investment. Its value will only go up. It has Fender written on it. And El Mocambo. Whatever they charge for it today will be multiplied in the future. Future toddlers will pay even more. A lot more. And the story is legit too. It's highly believable. They kept this wood. The El Mocambo kept this wood. For all those years, 8 years or so, they kept the wood. Why? They had no idea, but they kept it because Stevie Ray Vaughan and the Rolling Stones and Minnie Vanilli and Platinum Blonde and what were all those bands in the 80s? There were so many of them. They're all working for the alien. They all spit and pissed on that wood. This is not wood me taking out of the Home Depot dumpster. No, it's not that Naughty Pine. This is special naughty, legendary Naughty Pine. It belongs to the alien. That's why it's special, and you know it. See, this story is absolutely wonderful. I mean, you know, an alien screenwriter wrote it up. You know, I would not be surprised if it's the same small group of really sick, mentally ill, demented, depraved aliens who wrote up this script, this fucking story, who also wrote up the story of the plague, of the worldwide plague, the worst plague the world has ever seen. And you fell for it, you fucking moron. We're not angry at aliens here. We're not talking shit about aliens here. No, we're talking shit about you, you motherfucker. You stupid moron. You fell for it. You put a mask on, you fucking moron. Say that about yourself. Say it over and over. I'm a fucking moron. I'm a fucking moron. I'm a fucking moron. I've been telling you for 25 years publicly, openly, that you're a fucking moron. And it took the fucking alien to prove it to me. The alien actually exposed you. Oh, I got no problem with the alien. What a job. What a job the alien did on you. You stupid fucking son of a bitch. Idiot. You fucking idiot, you. Oh, is that El Mocambo wood? Do I need a mask? Do I need a mask to buy one of these? Oh, this is special. I can feel Stevie Ray Vaughan. I can feel it just by touching the wood. I can feel his spirit come into me, and I can play the blues. Oh. Thank you, aliens, for what you have done. This is truly biblical. Don't fear. The rapture is on its way. A screenwriter wrote it up, gave it to Fender and said, do you want us to put it on the news? Local news, national news. What do you want us to do? Well, we'll put it in one of those news shows, current affairs things, you know, or Good Morning America. I don't know. I don't watch TV, but you do. What do you want us to do? The toddler's going to buy it. It's such a good story. And we'll promote the shit out of it. The toddler's going to buy this. Every bit of it. And act on it. Stevie Ray Vaughan, El Mocambo, Naughty Pine. They just go together beautifully. You know that we own the whole media. We could turn the whole world simultaneously upside down, just like the board game. We got some wood here. What about the story? Story is good, isn't it? Yeah, the story is fucking unbelievable. The wood was not thrown by the construction renovation company. It was not thrown in the fucking garbage bin and taken away. No, it was kept. Just for you. 8 or more years later, just for you. Where do they store this wood? Had I known, I would have gone and just asking for it. Can I have it? I don't got much money to... They would have probably said, just fucking take it. Take the garbage out. But there was an alien over there who was prescient and said, you know, no. No, it's not even that. It doesn't even go that far. Trust me, it doesn't go that far. There's no fucking wood. There's no fucking El Mocambo wood. But in your head there is. Marketing is a psyop. See? This is how the alien works on you fucking dumbass. You fucking dumbass. You went to public school, didn't you? And you had a stupid father and stupid parents that took everything at face value and never taught you how the fucking world works. They never taught you about the alien. They never talked about the alien, right? The only thing they ever taught you, and the only thing you've ever heard over and over and over and over and over and again, is that the worst thing that you could ever be is a racist. Right? A racist. The only thing you care about is that you're not a racist. Oh no. That's the last thing that you want to be, is a racist. And now the alien's gonna get ya. Every which way the alien's gonna get ya. Oh yeah. You know why? Because you're a dumb fuck. That's why. And you know what? The alien doesn't like dumb fucks. And I despise dumb fucks myself. The alien has no respect for you, the dumb fuck. And I agree with the alien. Okay? And you're a dumb fuck. That's what you are. Stupid fucking guitar enthusiast moron. The stupidest people in the face of the earth. And I really mean that. There's a lot of stupid people in different areas, okay? But the guitar player takes the #1 spot. Nobody is stupider than a guitar toddler. The owners of the aliens kept the wood because they recognized how great it was. And of course, now Fender can say, well, that wood could be 100 years old. When was the building, put up? So the story just gets embellished and more, and it gets juicier. And typical alien marketing scheme. No one could ever come up with something like this. And it's comedy. But not to you, fucking toddler. To you, fucking toddler, it's all reality. And that's when the alien scams you and has a fucking laugh. Okay. I know what the toddler's thinking. I know exactly what you're thinking. Oh yeah. You got the marketing. You love it. It hits you in the heart. I know what you're thinking at this point. I know it. Not a problem. The story being true or not, who cares? Make me a guitar out of knotty pine. Make me a Strat and a Telecaster. Stratocaster and a Telecaster out of knotty pine. Put the Fender name on it. And, yeah, I'm good for it. What's the big deal if the story is true or not? I don't care. Knotty pine is good. In 1999, it was a laughingstock, but now it's good. It's legit. And it's definitely good and legit if it comes from the El Mocambo. How could it not? Are you that much of a fucking douchebag to reject the El Mocambo wood? I don't think so. In fact, it's desirable. You know why? Because it's, you gotta admit, it's exotic. Knotty pine is now exotic. The alien marketing has made it not just okay, not just let's give it a shot. It's exotic. And now Stevie Ray Vaughan and the El Mocambo is connected to it, connected to Knotty pine. Oh my God! Give me one, give me two, give me both, give it to me right now. And I want it. You should buy it. I'll be the first one to buy it. You know, what's a CNC made Strat or Tele cost these days? I don't know. You're probably saying, I mean, if you're saying this, I'm perfectly fine with that. You're saying, well, you know, charge me $800, $1,000, and yeah, I'll go for it. Might as well. I'm curious anyway. I mean, I would have never done it before. In fact, I would have ridiculed anybody that would ever come up with this stupid idea, making a guitar when everybody knows that the fancier the wood, the better the guitar is. I mean, we're talking tone woods here, are we not? Are you not listening to your guru, Paul Reed Smith, and what he has to say about tone woods? Are you not listening? If you're not listening to Paul Reed Smith, you're going to be in deep trouble as a toddler. You can't step out of line. You have to go along with the narrative. It doesn't matter if it's totally ridiculous and stupid. You gotta go along with it just the same way as you went along with your masks and your juice. Don't forget that. That's the important part. You gotta get juiced up. Oh yeah. Was Paul Reed Smith promoting the juice? I think he would have, had he been asked. 100%. So automatically you're having cognitive dissonance here. You were told one thing by one alien, and then you're being told another thing, the opposite from another alien, and you were led to believe that, you know, junk wood used for construction, it's never to be used for musical instruments, but now the other alien is saying that this is highly special. It's coveted. And again, that's what is called alien science, which you believe in. You gotta believe in it. If you're gonna believe in it, you gotta go all the way, my friend. Okay? No half-assed measures here. No going halfway. You gotta be all in perpetuity. As long as the alien keeps it going, you gotta follow alien science, whatever it may be. Understand? Alien science. So you're kind of going, oh, what the fuck? I'm so confused. But okay. I'm just going to deny my reasoning and go with the opposite that I would have done 25 years ago or 20 years ago or even 10 years ago. I'm just going to do the opposite because global homo is never wrong, right? Hey, wasn't I ridiculing this fucking shit used to be shit wood, right? Remember some weirdo on the internet 20 or 25 years ago, he made one of these and we're fucking laughing at him, and But we love it now. Was this totally redefined? Was it given a whole new meaning? I hope they're not doing this to history. Did they do this to history? All of history. We believe in history. We watch the History Channel. Oh man, this is you know, I don't even want to think about this right now. This is too much. I mean, they're talking to us, you know, they're sucking up to us. They're pandering to us all the time, and they know the language of the toddler. Where this Alex guy, he can't speak the language of the toddler. He's not one of us. We don't like him. Now, the story is not complete yet. It gets even better. What is it missing? They need a personality to add to it. In charge of the operation, in charge of the project. A project manager. And this character, invented, mostly invented, has to have a connection with the Mocambo and Fender. It's got to tie the two together. Isn't this brilliant? This totally brilliant. And it's all done with the knowledge of toddler psychology. That's the key, to know toddler psychology. And you have to know the belief system of the toddler, which the alien knows very well. I mean, it's almost like they came to me for consultation on all of this. And who will this be? None other than... The story just grows, and then they find one of their master builders. Where does this guy come from? In terms of guitar building, I don't know where he comes from. Does he have a history? Does he have a history of building guitars on his own? Like maybe in his grandmother's basement or something? Does he have like a website, like a really outdated old website, going back 20 years when he first started? Maybe he's got a website that goes all the way back to 1996, documenting everything he's done up to today. And now he's employed by Fender because he's such a high value master. They made him into master builder. I'm sure he comes from somewhere. Does he like document every guitar with lots of pictures and a story and inspiration and all that? We're sure he has. Listen, I'm positive this guy's got it. He's totally legit. He's real. He's real. He's as real as the story that he's now part of. He's that real. Yeah. He goes back to day one when he found some wood and built his first guitar. I'm sure of it. I'm sure. And you're sure of it. Or you don't even ask these questions. Why ask these fucking questions when he's called a master builder? You know, that's as high as you can go. Like, next step is Jesus. Okay? And the reason he's so high up is because he works for Global Homo. And Global Homo legitimizes him and certifies him and markets him just the way they market everything else, anything else. It comes from Global Homo, and you believe everything that comes from Global Homo. Don't I know you do? That's why you're a fucking toddler. And I've been telling you this for 25 fucking years. You masses of piece of garbage shit, dumbass toddlers. And look at the mess you got us into, you pieces of garbage. Look at the mess. Just because you comply, don't you? You comply to Global Homo. That's what you were born to do. And you want your naughty pine Fender Mocambo Stratocaster and Telecaster, don't you? You want it. Incredibly, all hand built by a Fender master builder himself. That's too much. The story is just completely irresistible. You piece of shit, you dumbass, you. The same fucking dumbass that laughed at me when I built the guitar 25 years ago out of Naughty Pine. And now you will go out and buy your own Naughty Pine guitar. But this time it's made by Fender. By a master builder at Fender. And it's coming straight from the Mocambo. You better take your juice. All of it. Every single fucking one. One of them. So, this huge master builder, one of several master builders, like I say, is just below Jesus. Just below Jesus. In fact, they have lunch with Jesus all the time, because I think Jesus is at Fender also. The alien wrote the script, remember? I'm not writing the script. The alien can write any script you want. Something like that. Does he have a little portfolio of some guitars he made? Where do these master builders come from? Did they push a broom at the factory? And the alien recognized their compliance and their subservience and what cucks they were and how they're going to support the global homo agenda of the alien. And they said, wow, you're a master builder. You've been chosen. Really? Yeah. You take CNC bodies and CNC necks and you put them together. Can you make a parts caster? And they say, yeah, I think so. I always wanted to. You're a master builder. In case your father never told you this, that's exactly the way all, did I say all? I said all politicians are made. Also, yes, fucking toddler, you thought they were real. You thought everything was real. You think master builders are real. The same way you've always thought that the Beatles were real. And they wrote all those world-class masterpiece songs. You thought John Lennon wrote them. Yes, John Lennon wrote them. You thought the wood was real and El Mocambo was real and everything was real. Because you don't know the alien, that's why. You think everything that's real, that's simply a facade. A lie. An alien psyop. You've been psyoped, dumb fuck. You've been psyoped, dumb fuck. Get your wife to give you a kick in the balls. Do you got balls? No, you don't have any balls. No, you don't. You just comply and conform to the alien. And that's why you're a dumb fuck. You get it now? You see why I call you a dumb fuck? And you comply and you conform to it all. You comply and conform to a lie. And you destroy the world and humanity and culture and society and our future all at the same time, just because you're a dumb fucking type B beta male bunny. That's why. Did he start off like other master builders by pushing a broom in the Fender factory under the CNC machines, taking out the wood dust? Probably. This master builder is a pure creation of the alien, like many other Lifetime actors and fake characters all over the place, like Einstein, for instance. That's an Albert, by the way, and Sigmund Freud, and Bugs Bunny, and Superman, and Batwoman, or whatever. That, you know, I was never into that alien comedy and fantasy garbage, but I couldn't name any movies. You know, I could literally count on one hand how many alien movies I went to see, but you get the idea, right? Bugs Bunny, you know, all the celebs and politicians, and, you know, just the most rancid characters ever known to man. All throughout history is a creation of the alien. They don't really exist in the real world. They only exist in the make-believe world of the alien, created to fool your stupid ass. And I'm all for it, because I think it's fucking hilarious. These are the instigators, the leaders, the originators of world trends. Fake characters, cartoon characters, invented by the alien. Just for you. But apparently, they find this guy who hails from the Toronto area. And he says he actually attended some concerts, 2 concerts at the Mocambo. So of course it's this master builder that's going to build the Mocambo Stratocasters. And you're saying, yeah, okay, I don't give a shit about the story. Just, I'm game. I'm going to buy the guitars. Well, it doesn't work like that, buddy. You're not taking it seriously. You're not saying that this is special. See, you understand what I'm trying to say to you? You gotta really fucking want it. You gotta want it so much that you will cut off an arm and a leg to acquire it. That's what the alien's gonna do to you. See, because otherwise, there's no joke here. The joke doesn't work. The joke has got to be over the top. It's got to be overdone for the alien to get an erotic satisfaction from it. Sadistic. Joke's got to be big on you. And the alien's even going to ridicule you and laugh at you. And, you know, the alien's got to play a joke on you to prove that you're subhuman. So the alien has to trick you, has to deceive you, has to fool you. Most importantly, it all leads to you being ridiculed. You must be ridiculed in such a way that you don't even notice it. You don't know it. How ridiculed you are. See, the alien has to get you to prove to the alien that indeed you are subhuman. Now, I could have told the alien 25, 35, 45 since I was very young. I could have told the alien that you are subhuman. Most of you are subhuman. And you're gonna do it to yourself. And that's where the joke is. And even worse than that, it's not just you're the butt of a joke, ha ha ha, what a moron you are. No, it doesn't stop there. And remember this, and if you don't understand what I'm saying, I think in the near future it may just click, you know, with different events happening to you, and it's gonna click, and it most likely gonna hit you like a brick wall. All right. Let me give you a little hint. The key word is suddenly. I don't know if it means anything to you, but just remember the key word is suddenly. It's going to hit you suddenly. It's not going to be like subtle, okay? It's going to hit you like a brick wall. What the alien wants to do is they want blood sacrifice. It's not just for a laugh. Okay, that we can all laugh at. And you can laugh at yourself. Look how stupid I was. No. Alien wants you to lose a lot. Alien needs to sacrifice. On a mass scale. And then when you buy the deception, when you buy the scam, alien can then laugh at you. So the scam is, so far it's so good. All right, you're finally got enough intelligence that you're going to try a naughty pine guitar, even though you've got all this cognitive dissonance in your head, and you're saying, well, that's not a tone wood, but why would I do this? Oh, what the hell, I'll pay a few $100. I'll get it, you know. It's going to have the Fender name on it, so can't go wrong. But that can't be right, because like Paul Reed Smith tells us a different story. I don't know what to make of this, and I laugh. I laughed. You're saying to yourself, but I ridiculed Naughty Pine Guitar because it's like IKEA furniture shit. Okay, like this is disgusting. But now I'm told that it's good, and it's special, and it's exotic. I'm so confused. It's safe and effective. What? I get the stories all mixed up. Like, what is going on here? And here's the punchline of the alien, who's a comedian. It plays a joke on you, and actually, you're not laughing at the comedian is laughing at you. That's the way the alien functions. And right now, the alien's really laughing. In more ways than one about the other major fucking scam that they've been running. Oh my god. And anyway, so see, I'm a little bit lost for words right now, because I can't let too much out, because you know, the alien will then not be happy with me. Like I can't give you the I can't ruin the joke, okay? That would be awful if I did. I can't ruin the joke. I mean, this was totally planned and thought out, and you, the fucking normie toddler, you know, you sure fell for it. But you know, and a lot of you are pieces of shit, okay? So I can't ruin the joke. I wouldn't be happy with myself if I did as well, all right? And neither would the alien. I can't spoil the joke, okay? Now, I knew this scam, and I knew this comedy, and I knew this really bad joke. I knew it instantly. Like, I could recognize it, but you could not. and you laughed at me, and you know, karma is you know, karma for the ignorant is pretty sweet, so I can't tell you too much, okay? All right? That's why I'm like a little awkward right now. The joke is that, and to get you to do this, the joke is, and I know that a lot of you would do it, consistent the way the toddler always responds. They're gonna fall for the scam of the alien every fucking time. You're gonna go for the scam, you're gonna fall for it, you're gonna buy into it completely, and here's the kicker, you won't even know what you did, and there was a scam being run on you. You won't even know that you were being mocked the whole time, that you were manipulated into doing something that doesn't just make you look like a fool, but proves that you're a fucking fool. You won't even know it. You won't even be aware of it. No. And that's the crux of the joke, see? But there's more. And what really makes this profound, some would say even biblical. I don't believe in the biblical stuff, but you know, let's not go into fantasy land, because this is the real deal. All right, it's just that you can't recognize the real deal. Okay, you can't. I deal with reality only, and you can't recognize reality, and that's why the penalty for this practical joke, let's put it that way, it is really the ultimate practical joke. The penalty is monumental. See, the alien pulled the most extreme practical joke on you, and you bought the El Mocambo story. You bought it from beginning to end. The El Mocambo story, you bought the wood, you know, you bought that it's handmade, you believed in the master builder, it's all tied together beautifully, and you bought it all, and you don't see evil, do you? Because you're a dumb fuck. You know, and it's too late. It's the ultimate practical joke. And you son of a bitches laughed at me. You're laughing at me because you don't have the ability to see. I can see things. I know things. I feel things. I feel the music. And you don't. You're just a fucking zombie. But there's so many of you, and there's so few of us. There's so many of you. And that's why you laugh. Because you literally can't see what's around you. Who's the fucking retard? And you're still laughing at me. To this day, you're laughing at me, you cocksuckers, you. You had never supported me. Never. You supported the alien. You paid the alien. Now you're going to realize what you have done. So, karma. Nothing to do with me, though. Alright? The penalty is monumental for those who... You fucking moron, you fell for it. For those that fell for it. The penalty is monumental. Alright? And, nothing to do with me. I was laughed at. I was laughed at for Naughty Pine. For going into a dumpster. And being creative and skilled and building a guitar way back. I was laughed at. It had nothing to do. What's going to happen to you? It's got nothing to do with me. And I guess that's the beauty of the joke. The alien didn't do it to you. I didn't do it to you. For sure I didn't. You did it to yourself. So you've been indoctrinated, you've been coded, you've been manipulated, you've been programmed by the alien, and you would buy these Mocambo psyop guitars immediately. You would buy it immediately because you only purchase what you're told to purchase. You don't come up with anything on your own. You have to be programmed. Your behavior is programmed. And it has to come from some characters on the television with white coats on and authorized by the alien establishment, the ruling class. Then you'll do anything. However, except you don't have the means, you don't have the wealth, you don't have the financial ability to go for this, but if you did, you would 100% fall for the scam just because of who is presenting it to you and the method by which it's being presented. Basically, the way it's packaged, the style of the presentation. And you think you're being respected, but you're actually the butt of the joke. And in a lot of the cases, a lot of these comedy skits end up in really hurting you and actually enslaving you, even ending your life. See, all throughout history, the humongous atrocities that were committed by the alien always started with comedy, deception, a stage show, fabrication. And it ended up in mass genocide, true slaughter, fratricide. Now, that's what I call comedy. That's extreme comedy. And that's the way the alien plays. See, the alien has built its whole identity upon conducting over and over again snuff movies, even before there were movies, snuff events. In fact, they even celebrate it through their holy days. Snuff events. You don't want to look at it in a purely selfish, personal manner, how it's going to affect you, then you can be sure that it's going to end your race. Do you have a race? Of course you don't. You've been totally deracinated by the alien to the point where you hate yourself. Oh, I don't care. I don't care what happens because I have no identity. I have no race. I have no history. I have no legacy. I have nothing. But I know one thing. I'll never be a racist. Right, Bunny? Oh yeah, I forgot. You don't have no race, so that doesn't matter. But it's worth a laugh. I agree. Don't you understand? The alien is getting a hell of a laugh out of you every fucking day. There's a new fucking scam, or there's a new angle to the scam, or there's embellishment to the scam. There's an addition to it. And you're falling for every one of them. And this is the way the alien proves to themselves, confirms that you are inferior and they are superior, and therefore legitimately, and they are authorized by, let's call it God. It confirms, very importantly, it justifies that they have the divine right and must rule over you, and with brutality. And I don't personally gain anything out of this. In fact, it really concerns me on the selfish level as to where you, the fucking toddler, is leading the world. Okay? But at least I get a fucking laugh out of it. You know what I mean? In short, and I repeat, this is not a castigation of the alien here, because you, the toddler, was responsible for many atrocities throughout history. Let's just take the last 100 years. Okay? The last 100 years. Let's just take World War I, World War II, and all the other wars. Vietnam, this war, that war, the recent wars, events, catastrophes, atrocities everywhere. It was you that was responsible for it all, not the alien. Remember, the alien is a comedian. They throw comedy out. And you, the dumb fuck, toddler, you think it's reality, and you fall for it every time, to such an extent that you go over to another continent and you massacre your cousins. You go into the town where your family originates from, depending, doesn't matter what country it is, and you massacre the people there. That's how fucking brainwashed you are by the alien. So this whole presentation is not about the alien, it's about the fucking toddler. And you're gonna end the world, you fucking toddler. You're gonna end the world, and the beauty and the achievement of humanity, you're gonna end it because you gave the alien its power. Every bit of its power comes from the fucking toddler. Because apparently what they're doing is they're making Strat and Telecaster bodies from this legendary wood, from this legendary nightclub, who had legendary bands playing there, and then it's allegedly all hand built by a legendary master builder at a legendary guitar company. See, everything fits together beautifully, as I said. Everything is legendary. And for some weird reason, they kept the building materials which they ripped out of the old building. It didn't go in a dumpster. So the aliens who owned the nightclub realized that since everything connected to the nightclub is legendary, this wood is legendary, so normally, without even a thought, they would go in a dumpster and concrete would be brought in, but not this time because they knew it was legendary. See, the aliens that owned the Mocambo had this foresight 8 years ago or 10 years ago or whatever it was, and they knew that one day they're gonna wait. They're gonna wait a few years. They're gonna wait a decade, and then they're gonna hand it off to their fellow aliens that own Fender, and then some legendary Telecasters and Stratocasters will be made out of this wood that these legendary bands spit on and barfed on and pissed on and did cocaine on, whatever. And on top of it all, none other than a authorized or celebrated Fender master builder at the Fender custom shop, who hails from the hometown of the El Mocambo, Toronto. He comes from there, and he even attended concerts at the El Mocambo, and he will build with his hands, handmade Telecasters and Stratocasters from this very exotic special wood in limited supply. And one of these could be yours. How can you say no to that? Everything comes together and at the right time. Of course you will take the snake oil, won't you? Of course you want to. You want to take the snake oil because you want to be like everyone else. You want to conform and you want to comply. And you fell for the psyop. You dumb fuck. You gotta have it, right? You gotta have it. What? $800, $1,000 for a CNC cut Fender and a so-called master builder who was pushing the broom just a few years ago is gonna screw it together for you. What's the big fucking deal, Alex? The story's good. Makes sense. Makes sense to me, right? Safe and effective. All the toddlers buy that story. But what? $800,000 for a guitar? What's the big fucking deal? Why make a video out of this? Now keep in mind, I think you kind of lost this bit of information which is so important. Keep in mind that this was knotty pine wood. And it was cracked, it was weathered, it was worn, it was distressed. The same type of wood that I used to build my guitar in 1999, remember, which was ridiculed. And it was purchased by one daring soul, I believe, at the time. But that was an anomaly. It was ridiculed. It's knotty pine. My guitar and the El Mocambo guitars, the same wood. And moreover, both my wood and the El Mocambo wood was garbage wood, was being thrown out into the dumpster. It's the same fucking wood. Difference being that the El Mocambo wood, if you actually buy into the horse shit that it came from the El Mocambo, that the wood come from the El Mocambo, which they saved for a decade. Really? Really? Is that what happened? For it to be made into... You can't make guitars out of it right away, right? Because in terms of marketing, it won't really work. You gotta wait until the time is right. And then bang! Release the psyop. See how the alien works? Every time. It's so easy to see. For those who know the alien. And you don't know the alien, do you? That's why you're gonna pay for it. But you're gonna believe the wood came from the El Mocambo, right? You're gonna believe that, right? But it was knotty pine. It was legendary knotty pine. See, mine was not. Mine came from the dumpster of Home Depot. That's the difference. my wood had absolutely no connection to Stevie Ray Vaughan. Stevie Ray Vaughan never spit, pissed, or did cocaine on my wood. I have to admit that. So, Fender has that advantage. See, if I claimed that my wood came from the El Mocambo, if I gave you a psyop and said that I happened to be in Toronto, which I was often in those days, and I went by the El Mocambo and I saw them renovating it, and there's constructions company making all this noise and dust, and they're throwing wood everywhere and dumpsters everywhere, and I went into the dumpster and I stole this wood, and I told you that I made this wood and it came from the El Mocambo. And we know what happened at the El Mocambo. Stevie Ray Vaughan and the rest of these degenerates were over there, including somebody even more legendary than Stevie Ray Vaughan, which is Boy George. Now, Boy George, wouldn't you want wood that's connected to Boy George? You know who Boy George is. And where they were doing drugs and having sex of every type right on this wood. And if I would have said that, I would be lying. I would be running a psyop on your face, on your ass. You know what I mean? But not Fender. Fender is definitely telling you the absolute 100% truth regarding the marketing of this project. If I would have said that, I would have been totally a liar, but not Fender. Don't even go there. Don't even think that they're lying, because they're not. It's totally true. One group of aliens get this legendary wood from another group of aliens who kept it for 10 years because they knew it was special. When the construction company grabbed it and ripped it out of there, they knew this is going to be worth money. People are going to want this. See, a decade ago, people would still be laughing at Naughty Pine, but not the aliens that owned El Mocambo. They had that foresight that Naughty Pine will be a coveted wood soon in the future. We will make it. We will make it be in demand. Because we own the media. See, what you don't understand, the aliens have this supernatural ability to always control the future. Everything that you see around you is an attempt to control the future. And that's your future. And your future doesn't look very pretty. So, the other difference between my guitar and the El Mocambo guitar is that my guitar was not made by or manufactured by or produced by whatever. I hate to call it guitar building, because it's not. It's a manufactured product. But mine was not made by Global Homo. And anything Global Homo touches has this image of legitimacy instantly. Where I have no legitimacy. I have no credentials. I can't compete against Global Homo. I'm talking about in your mind. In your mind, Global Homo is it. Whatever Global Homo does, whatever Global Homo says, you accept it. You go with it. You obey it. You comply with it. and you never question it. I got no credentials in your mind. I've got no credibility in your mind. But if I was connected to Global Homo, and if I was promoted by the alien, it would be a different story. Well, I don't really want to. Global Homo wants to make zillions of guitars, and every now and then they run a psyop with a limited run. And wait for it. It's coming up. The punchline of the joke. I have not even mentioned the punchline yet, but hang in there. Wait for it. It's coming. Not too long now. And there's other differences as well, such as I made a unique guitar out of it. And when Fender makes a Stratocaster, they have to make sure that nothing is deviated from the original flawed design, because the toddler will not have it any other way. Anyway, that's a whole other topic to get into. So normally when a nightclub is renovated, they would throw all the old materials away immediately. But not this time. Somebody at the club in management had the foresight to realize that this was not ordinary wood here. This was legendary wood. Stevie Ray Vaughan. You know, and they made an icon out of Stevie Ray Vaughan, and it's got nothing to do with his talent, his guitar playing ability, his singing, nothing to do with that. It has to do with marketing basically a cartoon character. And when the alien promotes somebody and makes a superstar out of them, and this could be anybody that's deserving of it completely or absolutely not deserving of it. So they can pretty much make a superstar out of your dog if the alien wants it, because the alien owns everything. So they dictate the trends. By the way, the alien brought you blues, the alien brought you jazz, because they marketed it. And they marketed it to people with European heritage. Let's put it that way. You were the consumer, and then the alien got you to go and your grandfathers to go to back to Europe and massacre their cousins, their uncles, their aunts, their own grandparents. That's how powerful the alien is. And the toddler fell for that psyop also, and countless other psyops, resulting in countless devastating atrocities all throughout history, all based on psyops that the toddler had to believe in and accept as real. See how it works? The alien cannot function or survive without the toddler. Your function is to believe what the alien gives you. Believe in it religiously and act on it. That's what your function is. Believe the story and act on it. Making a big sacrifice, and often resulting in your demise by acting on it. You're going to thank me later. I know you will. So, getting back to the El Mocambo and getting back to Fender, what is the connection between them? My goodness. And the connection, in case you cannot figure it out, you cannot see it, you never had a father, You grew up with two mommies or one mommy, or your father neglected you and never taught you anything. You have no education in history, geography, human behavior. You have none of that. All you know is that you love PRS. Oh, one other thing. You believe in science, right? See, I guessed it. You believe in science! The connection here is Globo Homo. That's it. Between Fender and El Mocambo and any other corporation, government entity, organizations, think tanks, NGOs, non-governmental agencies, social justice movements, worldwide philanthropy and philanthropists, political movements of every kind, revolutions. They are all connected through Globo Homo, which is the agenda and the ideology of the alien. We see a connection here, don't we? So normally all this stuff is thrown out without any thought because they had new plans. They had Much Music over there. If you don't know what Much Music is, then you will never know how hot and sexy Erica M was. The hottest alien girl that there was. Erica M. You must be a young video game player with a bright future ahead of you. But they had Much Music there, and overnight the alien agenda changes, and everything that came before it, no matter how huge it was and how huge the alien made it, they scrap it all. They pull the rug right out from under everything, like they have done now. Did you notice? No? Nothing's out of the ordinary? No? Okay. All right. Let's go see Zach Wild. And Jason Nichols. So, and get pacified. Is there anything out of the ordinary going on? No. Totally not. Only the whack jobs tell you that there is. And the whack jobs keep coming up with their own fucking stories over and over again. Because if there was anything going on, Joe Bonamassa for sure would let you know about it. He would say, man, warning, forget about guitar playing. Forget about guitars. Not important. Nothing is important. You're going to lose your life. There's a big scam going on. Joe would be the first to tell you if there was anything going on. Don't you agree with me, Joe Bonamassa? Because he cares for you. He doesn't hate you the way I do. He doesn't hate the toddler. He makes a lot of money off the toddlers. You buy his socks, you buy his dental floss. He sells everything. He needs you. He would tell you, toddler, look out. There's a big scam going on. Did Joe do that? No. So obviously there's nothing out of the ordinary going on. Same with Zach Wild. Same with James Jared or Jared James Nichols. And if any of these cartoon characters wouldn't alert you to some big psyop going on, to disaster looming, it's going to take you right out. You know who would surely tell you? It would be Rick Beato. Rick Beato would tell you, because Rick Beato knows everything and Rick Beato loves you. And you surely love Rick Beato. I know you do. All 5 million toddlers love Rick Beato. 5 million. No, I'm sorry. It's 6 million. 6 million toddlers. Did Rick Beato say anything to you? No. Same with all those YouTube channels with, that are hosted by former music store salespeople. The reason I stopped going to music stores 25 or 30 years ago. And those fucking people are on YouTube, and are they fucking telling you you're gonna get scammed? Or you got scammed, you stupid fucking toddler? Are they telling you any of this? No! Because there's nothing going on. Get on with your life. Have fun. Don't worry about anything. And buy a Schecter guitar. CNC made, coated, condom coated, plastic covered. And handmade. These characters, they're all pacifiers. And Joe Bonamassa is the biggest one, because Joe Bonamassa is in the family. He wasn't born an alien, but he became one in every sense of the word. He probably even has his little pecker trimmed. And he's going to make sure that you don't know there's anything going on. He's a pacifier. He did not even tell the poor dumb fuck guitar player of Judas Priest. He did not even tell him. But he did send out his good wishes when he had to remove his heart or something. You fucker, Joe Bonamassa. You fucking alien, you. Now, come on. Use your brains. Who hates the toddlers more? Is it me? Or is it Joe Bonamassa? Remarkably, Joe Bonamassa hates your sorry, pathetic ass. You fucking idiot. He hates you more than I do. Essentially, Joe Bonamassa wants you, the toddler, dead. What the fuck? That's too heavy, but is it not true? There's nothing going on. No. Nothing at all. Stop listening to fucking whack jobs. Let's get back to our story, please. So normally they'll throw this wood away, but not this time, because they knew it was legendary, and then they would sell it? No. I bet you they gave it free, this legendary wood. They give this legendary wood to this legendary guitar company. Wait a minute. What is the official story here? I gotta get it right. What would CNN say the official story is? It was Saudi. It was Saudi hijack. No, that's not it. That's not the story. That's a different story. Hijackers. No, that's the other. That's another fucking story. But what is this? If I got my stories all, I'm sorry, I got it all confused. Like what is this official story? I don't even know. Wait a minute. They hate us for our freedoms. Is that it? I am so mixed up in here. I don't even know what this presentation is all. What is the point of this what is the topic here? I have no clue. They do hate us for our freedoms. Look at all the freedoms we have. Wait a minute. I'm getting something. Something is coming up in my head. Something to do with babies and incubators being thrown out of. Is that what we're talking about? Be thrown out of incubators? Like that's awful shit, man. It's awful shit. Is that what this video's about? It's not fair that we have all these freedoms. We deserve to lose all our freedoms. We're not worthy. We persecuted a whole race of people. I'm not sure if they're people, but we should really hate ourselves. We really should. And I do. I hate myself for all my freedoms. What is the topic here? Somebody help me out. And you want to hear something really remarkable? Just as the alien has brought down the world, and there's a lot of devastation, vintage guitar prices have gone up. There's people buying vintage guitars for top dollar right now. That's fucking remarkable. Maybe I got everything wrong. Like, this whole presentation here is nonsense. I got everything wrong. If vintage guitar prices are at an all-time high, nothing that's I believe in is right. I'm totally wrong. There's absolutely nothing going on, and there's absolutely nothing out of the ordinary right now. And if you think so, you're a fucking conspiracy theorist nut job. Like, I guess I am. And the El Mocambo story is correct and honorable. And they're going to go out to all the 10 cities where all the homeless who can't afford their mortgage anymore, and they're going to be playing their vintage guitars to the tenters out there. Because there's nothing going on, toddler. If there was, these satanic puppets would have let you know about it. And they say nothing. So don't listen to creeps like me, whack jobs on the internet. Listen to Joe and his buddies. Has it got to do with something like Muslim boys and shipping knife? I'm totally like, I'm blanking out. It's got to do with Muslim boys who were like 5'6" on average. There have been so many stories told to us that I'm totally confused. I don't know which story is which, but I think every fucking story from the alien is the same fucking story. That's what I think. It's the same fucking story over and over again with different characters and different players. But it all leads to the aliens. There were no planes, okay? No fucking planes. You know why? There was no need for planes. That's why there weren't any planes. And you know what else? There was also no Mocambo wood. You know why? Because there's no need. There was no need for Mocambo wood. Like there was no need for planes. Like there was no need for an iceberg. Don't you understand? All that there is a need for is for you to believe it. That's the only need that there is, for you to believe it. Oh. I can't handle this. This is just too much. Nothing is real. No planes. No Mocambo wood. No iceberg. And no small step for a man. You know what? If I keep going, I'm gonna go to jail. So I better fucking stop right now. But what does that got to do with Joe Bonamassa? See, Joe Bonamassa and all the other pacifier fucking puppet characters, and you know, they work for the alien. They all work for the alien, and so they can get their little crumbs and pretend to be rock stars. And you know the sad thing is, I mean, these are toddlers. These are all these puppets. They're all like major toddlers, but they're, you know, they've got some prestige. They got some prestige, and they got some privileges that the regular fucking toddler doesn't have. The low-end toddlers. These ones are also low-end, but they're just a little bit higher, and they got some prestige and privileges. And they think that their function is music, arts, performance, careers, celebrity. But no, that's not their function. Their function is to make you believe that there's absolutely nothing going on. They're pacifiers working for the alien, and most of them have no clue about it. And neither do you. They're deceived in a major way, and the deceived are deceiving the other deceived. You're all lying to yourselves. You have to lie to yourselves not to face reality, because the reality is manufactured and is owned by the alien. And you can't handle that. I agree. It's a fucking horror show. And that's why the pacifiers are there to further deceive you. And it's all part of the joke. It's all part of what makes the joke work. And we're getting to the punchline. Did you get scammed? Did you get scammed? Did Joe Bonamassa not warn you? I think Joe Bonamassa was in on the scam. Because he's in the family. He's not just a puppet. He's actually in the family. They selected him at the age of 12. 12. When he was 12, the aliens came knocking at the door, and they took Joe away. And he became a trans-alien, which he is to this day, with the rest of his family. They were taken away on a spaceship by the aliens transformed and then brought back to the earth as aliens. Crypto-aliens. That's why he never warned you about the psyop. He's in the family, and he drinks a lot of Diet Pepsi. Judas Priest guitar player. You still don't realize what they did to you. You still don't realize what the alien did to you. And Joe Bonamassa sends his condolences. He probably did send his condolences. It's kind of like, oh my God. No wonder all these stories are all confused in my head. They're all like flowing together. I don't even know what story is which, but Joe Bonamassa sends his condolences, and the poor bastard is not dead. What the fuck, Joe? Like they called the building, and it didn't fall yet. And they said it had fallen, and it was right behind her. Oh my God. Can't you see it? All these stories are actually the same fucking story. Can't you see it? Can't you see the modus operandi? It's got the alien signature all over it. It's all the same fucking story with different characters, but it's repeated over and over and over again. Babies on bayonets in Germany. Let's go kill him! It's the same fucking story. For the fucking toddler. Did you wear a mask, you fucking moron? Did you wear a mask? Did you wear a mask for 2.5 years, you fucking moron? Did the alien get you? Did the alien get you? You understand that these are all stories from the alien? You understand that? All stories from the alien? Oh my goodness. And Joe Bonamassa's sister's married to an alien, and every bit around Joe is management, and his masters are all aliens. And Joe is buying another guitar as we speak. Vintage guitar. For a humongous amount of money. Right when the alien's gonna crash the whole economy. And Joe's buying guitars. I think we're talking about this Mocambo and Fender collaboration, beautiful story here. It's so beautiful that it's there's nobody that doesn't want these guitars. That's how well it's presented. Everything fits like a glove here. Everything. Does it even matter? It can be anything. You gonna question it? You, the fucking toddler who purchased this stuff. The Mocambo. Very limited and very special and very legendary. Custom shop. Supreme. Master built by a master, by an actual master builder. Which I am not. I am not a master builder. They're only at the Fender custom shop, these master builders. And they're a very elite and unique and legendary group. As long as they go along with the agenda. As long as they promote the lie every fucking minute. They can be master builders. They can be master builders one day, and the next day they would be totally gone, unpersoned, non-existent, their name never to be ever uttered again. They never existed. And they don't exist, and they never existed, because they don't promote the lie. If they don't go along with the global homo agenda, like you, John Cruz. And the poor bastard didn't even know what he did wrong. I bet you to this fucking day, John Cruz still doesn't know what he did wrong. He doesn't know why the freight train hit him from behind. To this fucking day, doesn't know. Because he doesn't come to me for consultation. I would tell him exactly what he did wrong and what happened and why he was hit by the train. It was by accident. Unwittingly, he went against the agenda. Totally innocently. Unconsciously, his humanity took over. He blinked. And you can't do that if you're working for Global Homo. And the alien, because Global Homo owns you. The cartoon character image that they built for you is owned by them, not you. Understand? No, of course you don't understand. Just suffer through this. I don't even want you to understand this. I want you to suffer. Because John Cruz, he wants to get back on the field and kick the ball. And it ain't gonna work, John. The alien will never let you. Save your pennies. It ain't gonna work. You fucked up, you blinked. Just for a second. You didn't stay with the agenda. And you went off the reservation. Just for a second. You think you're going to be pushing the broom one day and be a master builder, whatever the fuck that means, master builder the next day. Well, you're going to be an unperson the day after if you make a little mistake. Just a little mistake. And your whole life will change instantly because the alien owns you. With success comes the alien, because only the alien can give you success. The alien can make you rich and famous, or take you right out. So, we're trying to put together the official story here, and but it's pretty much meaningless. It's pretty much pointless. Because they could tell us anything that the official story is. Any official story. Would you even question it? Did it even occur to you to question it? I don't think so. Would you even question? You would not fucking question it, would you? You would not fucking question it, would you? You wouldn't even think of questioning it. And if you fucking questioned it, you're gonna be fucking crushed and destroyed. Including your whole family. You cannot be a fucking denier. You piece of shit white guy. You cannot be a fucking denier. It's the worst thing you can be. Of course you're not going to question the story. The story doesn't matter. The story can be anything. And anything is the right story. And anything the right story is the truth. Because you believe in science. So Fender was acquired by the Alien in 1965. It was a long time ago. It's been run by Global Homo and the Aliens for a very long time. And it's not the same company, obviously. In fact, it has absolutely nothing to do with the original company. Nothing to do in terms of tooling. They are using the more or less the original designs. Guitars that were, the everyday guitars, common guitars that they made, are now a facsimile of those guitars. You must pay between $4,000 and $10,000 through Custom Shop, which were the regular pedestrian guitars of the day. Now they're exclusive. So they're capitalizing on the original outdated entire designs, which are not the creations and the designs and the innovations of subsequent Fender companies that acquired the name Fender. It doesn't belong to them. Legally it belongs to them, but ethically and spiritually it does not. It belongs to Leo Fender and all the people that worked there and created those products. And they were created by real people, for real people. However, that world has been wiped out. You guessed it, by the aliens. Aliens control everything. Remember that. Aliens control your past, your present, and definitely your future. The past is the world where these guitars come from. That past has been wiped out. There still may be some memory of it, but not for long. That world doesn't exist anymore. It's a fantasy. It's nostalgia in the mind and the heart of the boomers. And that's who buys these guitars. Just think back to 1985. And if you're a video playing, dope smoking, I'm not even going to go on and say anything more, but you're not going to know what I'm talking about. But back in 1985, I don't think there was a dentist, at least in the Western world, a dentist in the Western world, that was not a fanatic Stevie Ray Vaughan fan. Okay? Not one dentist in the Western world. Fender is not real people. Fender is a facade. It's a stage show. It's a marketing company, just like any other of these corporations, and they're on a global scale, and they're all owned by Global Homo, and they all have to answer to Global Homo. And Fender is mass manufacturer, which owns almost every other musical instrument and guitar brand in the world. Remember, one alien kept this legendary wood and gave it to another alien-owned legendary guitar company. They gave it, but they get a good percentage of the cut, of the price of each guitar. It's one alien conspiring with another alien. I mean, have you ever heard of that? No. What a novel idea. Aliens conspiring against toddlers, which they feed off of. Don't you realize something? There were no planes. And there's no wood from the elk Mocambo. No. There's pine, but it's not from the El Mocambo. It's the same fucking story as the plains. Same fucking story. From that amazingly creative mind of the alien. Do you realize? There's no wood from the El Mocambo. So, this non-existent wood is apparently never changing hands because it doesn't exist. Wow, this kind of sounds like another recent psychological operation. Which is in fact also based on science. Another word for psychological terrorism. You've been terrorized. Have you not been terrorized the last few years? Did you forget? Oh, everything's fine now, right? Oh, yeah, you're back to normal. Yeah, I forget. Especially you Americans. Yeah, you're back to normal. Nothing to it. Oh, boy, the toddler is just amazing to me. I don't know which is more interesting to me, the toddler or the alien. Holy smoly. Neither one can survive without the other. Neither one. So aliens, be kind to those toddlers. Don't annihilate all of them. Just some advice. Free advice. So, wood actually doesn't exist. The story is designed, it's an elaborate story and is designed to pull on the white-skinned toddler's heartstrings and sense of nostalgia from a world that no longer exists. The alien has wiped your world out, literally wiped it out. So if we go back to the world of, let's say, 1985, and there's Stevie Ray Vaughan, you know, playing Mary Had a Little Lamb, Texas Flood, and all the dentists. Some of them are retired now. And some of them we lost in the plague of all plagues just in the last few years. And you know what? We don't shed a tear for them because dentists are the nastiest pieces of shit. Some of the nastiest pieces of shit there is. See? They drilled the shit out of my teeth and they loaded my brain up with mercury. And I'm not very smart now, but if it wasn't for the mercury, I would be 10 times or 20 or 25 or 66 times smarter than I am now. Those nasty fucking dentists and their Stevie Ray Vaughan fixations. They are fucking crooked. They're nasty. They're produced by the alien and global homo. And they think back and they say, what a world it was, we can bring it back. If we only had those guitars made of that wood that Stevie Ray Vaughan stood on and possibly spit on and sweat on, our world would be back. We would again be in our 40s playing those SRV licks. And aliens on both sides know this. And aliens know how to market because they invented marketing. They can market anything. As I mentioned before, they can normalize anything. And they can make you do anything. The alien has already made you rip your own offspring from the womb and crush it before it's born, just before it's born, the alien can make you do anything. Understand this? But the scam is conspired by, on both sides, aliens on both sides, on the El Mocambo side and on the Fender side. They're related. They come from a 500-mile radius in Eastern Europe. They're all from there. And they're going to split the profits. And in this way, they're going to both aliens on both sides of the scam are going to ridicule, mock, and humiliate the toddler as you're gasping for your last breath. And just like John Cruise, you have no fucking idea what hit you. They gave you a story you couldn't resist. Your stupid ass believed it. Of course, instantly believed it, because the alien showed you some scientists in white coats on the television set. And they said they're there to help you. They're good. People are good. That's how you feel. You feel people are all naturally good. Why would somebody want to harm you? No, they love you. People are good. That's what they teach you in church, that people are good. Well, the big mistake that you make is that you're right, actually. People are good. But they never told you that the alien is not good. The alien is satanic. And in fact, the alien is commanded by their ideology to kill you, and has been trying to kill you for hundreds and thousands of years. But none of that was learned by the toddlers. The toddlers believe story after story after alien story, which are all the same story. You believe it every time, and that is the definition of a fucking idiot. Go to town, aliens. You deserve it. But your religion, your church, your liberal ideology tells you that there is no evil. And in fact, your religion, even if you're a staunch atheist, your religion actually compels you to worship the alien. You worship the alien. That's what you've been indoctrinated with. And that's when the alien will get you. Because the alien is evil and satanic. The alien is there to kill you. Every which way. In every way, the alien is poisoning you. Destroying your culture, destroying your past, and eliminating your future. They never told you that in church, did they? Your parents never told you that. Nobody told you that. And you have no clue that the alien is out to kill you. You bought the story because you don't know the alien. You bought the fucking story. You believed when the alien told you that there's a plague of all plagues, the worst plague the world has ever seen is going on. You did not use your fucking eyes, toddler. I've been telling you for 25 years at least, but even more than that you're a fucking moron. And you thought there was a play going on. And then the alien said, let us shoot some poison into your veins. And you lined up for it. Oh, man. Are you for real? That's too much. Listen, I knew you were a fucking moron. But I never knew to this extent, okay? Even I didn't know that quite to this fucking extent, okay? Praise the alien. Because you don't know the fucking alien. And that was the cause of your demise. And he sold you a fucking story, didn't they? And you paid your taxes and you paid your fees. And you handed over half of your income to the fucking alien. And you love it. And the alien says, well, you live in freedom. Oh yeah, you're a free person. You should be very grateful. And you say, yep. And you took the fucking snake oil, didn't you? You put it into your veins. In the veins of your family, didn't you, you piece of shit, you? And what comes next? You're going to be gasping for your last breath. And deny it all. Perfectly fine with me. And also make a profit on it. The aliens have looted the entire world at the same time. All because you believe the story. The El Mocambo Naughty Pine story. So the alien throws out a piece of comedy and a different joke every day, almost. And the toddlers worldwide, they believe in the alien comedy. They mistake it for reality. The toddler doesn't know the difference between comedy and reality. Oh God. And then the alien says, let's see if they're gonna let us shoot some fucking snake oil into their veins. and there you are lining up for it. Oh man. Tell me it's not true. Don't you recognize the pattern? The same psychological terrorism, the same scam. Another thing that's going on at the same time right now. Don't you recognize the fucking pattern? I don't actually want you to recognize the pattern. What am I doing? I'm not here to save toddlers. No, I want the toddlers gone. Just like the alien. $800,000 Stratocasters and Telecasters. Of course. Who gives a shit? $800, $1,000. What's the big deal here, Alex? What's this elaborate production here about nothing? I know you all got that kind of money. You can ask your wife for it. Honey, I really gotta get this. It's I heard Naughty Pine is just the coolest thing. It's really trendy now. And I don't have a Naughty Pine Telecaster. I've got every other type of Telecaster, but not a Naughty. I really got to get the Naughty Pine one. Around 800 or 1,000, give or take, dollars, US dollars. What's the big deal, dude? Listen here, it doesn't matter if there's the woods from El Mocambo. It doesn't even matter. What really matters out of this whole thing is that Pine, Naughty Pine, is now cool. And apparently it's always been cool. Forget about what happened in 1999. The agenda now is that the alien told us that we're allowed to have Naughty Pine. And in fact, Naughty Pine is very cool. It's now part of the agenda from Global Homo, Naughty Pine. The mainstream media has now told us that Naughty Pine is very cool. And as a toddler, we do everything that the authorities tell us to do. We never question it. Because we are subservient to the authorities. Well, we'll never admit it, though. Never, never. We're tough guys on the internet. We're anonymous tough guys. As long as we're anonymous, we're tough. Okay? It's cool now. It doesn't matter. The story doesn't matter. It's irrelevant. It doesn't matter where the wood's from. Give me the guitar. Give me the El Mocambo Stratocaster and Telecaster from that special wood, Naughty Pine, the special Naughty Pine. That's what we want. The El Mocambo wood. And we don't care if it exists or not. What do you say it doesn't exist? It never existed. What? And 1 million people died? How dare you? How dare you go against science? It's El Mocambo wood, okay? And I'll do anything to my body to get it. Because it's the right thing to do. For the greater good. That's what we were told. And we're rock and roll rebels. We're independent and unique. And we make our own I guess we don't. We follow Global Homo no matter what. The homosexual on mainstream news told me. All of the homosexuals told me what's cool. And what they say is cool. There's no story here, really. Am I wasting my time? Because you're saying there's no problem here, dude. There's no problem. Yes, we wore our masks and we kept safe, okay? And we took the medicine, okay? Because it's the right thing to do. Because we believe in science. Don't you understand? And we will not stand for anti-science aggression. We will not stand for that. That will be punished by the alien as soon as they find you. Boom! You're gonna be deplatformed, you son of a bitch. You won't even know what hit you. You're gonna be deplatformed from going to the bathroom. What kind of science? Alien science? You believe in alien science? You're one dumb fuck. You're one dumb fuck, and I'm on the side of the alien. I think the alien's on the right track. Oh man, this story is a doozy. This is a story's legendary. Everything's, and then on top of that, they found a legendary master builder who's gonna build these legendary guitars from this legendary wood from this legendary place. Fuck, this story's so good I want it. This story is so good I can even taste it. It's that good. These guitars are gonna be just out of this world. They're gonna be so awesome and totally legendary. I want it. I want it myself. I gotta have the Mocambo Stratocaster and Telecaster. I gotta have it. Everything just fits so beautifully. I gotta have it. I want it so bad. I know how you feel. I feel the same way. I'm under the same spell here. I want to go with the herd. Don't you understand? I gotta go with the herd. I've always gone with the herd. I'm not gonna be like that freak show in 1999. He dared to build a guitar out of knotty pine before the fucking alien had normalized it and given us permission to do it, and before the alien told us it was cool and good and desirable. He did it before all that. And he relicked it before anybody else relicked anything. He dared not go with the herd, so we mocked him. How dare he be an original? How dare he? And go against the alien agenda of the day. We find that despicable, us toddlers. And we band together on those guitar forums, and we find out whoever's an original, and we knock him down. Put him in his place. But now, we want it. Because we're allowed to have it. Wow, this blows my mind. I gotta have it. Now, let me just talk to the toddler for a second here. I understand that most of you, like, competence is not exactly... let's put it this way. You were at the back of the line when God was handing out competence and intelligence. All right. So you have no connection to... I mean, you admire videos of CNC machines cutting out guitars and robots making your guitar. That's how retarded you are. I truly feel sorry for you. Your brain has already been removed. Your spirit, your soul has been removed. You're a walking shell, a zombie. You get turned on by CNC machines going zzzz. There's not one fucking guy there at any of these places that can actually build a guitar. Not one fucking toddler. It's toddlers. Bullshitting to toddlers. Deceiving toddlers. All under the direction of the alien. Don't you understand? That's the fucking world you are in. And I don't expect you to understand this. How could you understand this? You're a fucking zombie in a world of alien domination and deception. Oh, and one more thing about the story that doesn't fit. One more thing that I forgot to mention. Just imagine building materials, the boards they use to build structures, buildings, houses. Have you ever seen anything that's 2 inches thick? Have you ever seen knotty pine in a building that's 2 inches thick? 2 inches. How big is 2 inches? I got a tape measure right here. 2 inches. 2 inches. This is 2 inches. That thick. I've never heard of it. And you need a 2-inch thick board to build a guitar that's 1 3/4 inches. Do you understand that? And magically the Mocambo used 2-inch boards in the building. of knotty pine, 2-inch thick. Yeah, it's available, but not in the building trade, not in construction. You never thought about that, did ya? Find me a 2-inch thick piece of pine in a building. Let me know, I'll buy it. I don't give a shit if it's from the Mocambo. Even my knotty pine guitar from 1999 had to be laminated so that I could get the 1 3/4 inches out of it. It's not a solid 1 3/4 inches, for which I would have had to use a 2-inch thick board. It's not solid, it's 2 pieces laminated. But not the Mocambo Telecaster and Stratocaster that has Fender written on it. And for some strange reason, they're not going to have the same problem that I had. For some weird reason and sheer luck, the Mocambo was made of knotty pine boards, which were 2 inches thick. Maybe they knew that 100 years later, some guitars will be made out of the same wood. Knotty pine that was 1 3/4 inches or thicker. So you could make traditional, legitimate Strat and Tele bodies out of it. With the correct specs, thickness. So everything just came together. And then they found a master builder who is from the Toronto area. And he is responsible for building these with his hands. And they even show you operations where he's actually using manual machines. Can you believe this? Manual machines. Like in Leo Fender's day. And if you believe that, you're even more of an idiot than you already are. I got a kick out of this. They actually left the old, ancient drill presses that Leo Fender owned. They left it in there so that they can video it and photograph it every time somebody goes there to look at the shop. And they can say, we used the same tools as Leo Fender. My ass, you do. Can you imagine the master builder building these by hand? He wouldn't know how to do it. He knows as much about it as you do, toddler. Because he's a toddler, like you. You speak the same language. A language I don't speak or understand. And he's also a fraud through and through. But he's given a title by the alien. And he serves the alien. And as long as he does that, he can keep his title. Do you understand how this works, toddler? I don't want you to wake up too quickly. You might hurt yourself. So the story just keeps growing and growing, and they add to it and they add to it until it's absolutely filled to the brim with embellishments. It's too good. The master builder also builds these, all of them. One master builder builds them by hand. That's what you gotta believe. And you do. Even though you worship the CNC machine. You must be under tremendous cognitive dissonance. But most likely you're not, because for you to be under cognitive dissonance, you have to be able to use your mind. You have to have a mind in the first place. And I don't think that's a problem for you. You never even consider that. Now, using manual machines to build a guitar, you gotta pay for that one, buddy. Even if it's totally false and fake. And it was all CNC made. Another lie added to the big lie. Lies upon lies upon lies. fraud upon fraud, psyop on top of psyop. Everything is fake and gay, including the toddlers. Because you, the toddler, is a creation of the alien. The alien owns you because the alien created you. And guess what this whole production is all about that the alien is conducting and has been conducting for, we could say, 3 years, we can say 50 years, we can say 70 years, we can say 120 years, and we could say hundreds of years, with a very specific purpose. And the alien says, we don't want it, we don't want to do this, but Moloch wants us to do it. That's the essence of the alien. They're commanded by their God. Whatever that is. Or even thousands of years this operation has been going on. Because you love your CNC machines, you're fascinated. Because you want consistency and precision. That's what the alien said that you have to like and worship. Consistency and precision. Everything you, the fucking toddler, is not. And that's why you're worthless. That CNC machine that you're admiring and you want to produce everything you buy. That CNC machine has made you obsolete, toddler. The alien does not need you any longer. Wakey, wakey. You're gone. The alien wants you gone. 'Cause you're worthless. You're absolutely fucking worthless. You understand? This is not your father telling you that you're worthless. This is the aliens telling you that you're worthless. And if the alien is telling you you're worthless, you're fucking gone. Without even knowing it. And the legendary builder from the Toronto area who actually went to the Mocambo for some concerts. And he saw Boy George there. So, if for whatever reason you're not into Stevie Ray Vaughan, I know you're into Boy George, and Boy George was on the same stage doing what Boy George does? Oh boy. Even if the whole story is an absolute lie and fabrication, it's comedy. Comedy. It's alien comedy. Like the way we wake up every morning and we go to whatever media we are in touch with and we try to find out what new comedy does the alien have in store for us today. Every day there's a new piece of fucking alien comedy. Every fucking day. And what alien comedy is nothing more than alien fuckery and fakery. That's alien comedy. And it happens constantly, incessantly. The alien does not rest with its fuckery and fakery. And you fucking toddler, you think it's real. Like the El Mocambo would. And the master builder, all he did was screw it together, which you could have done. And they relicked it. Or no, they didn't have to relic it because the wood was already relicked, right? Do I get the story right? 2-inch thick knotty pine boards that already come relicked with Stevie Ray Vaughan's boot marks and Boy George's All you have to do is put it in the CNC machine, and out pops an Mocambo Telecaster or Stratocaster. This is one big story. So even if everything is false and phony, it does not matter if it's false and a complete lie. First of all, how do you know the wood is from there? I've never heard of building materials that's like, it's got to be 2 inches thick for you to make a guitar that's 1 3/4 inches thick out of it. I've never heard of building materials like that. And you know, how do you know any of this comedy show is real? It's not. It's absolutely not, but it doesn't matter. The illusion is there, and the alien sets up the illusion. And because you don't know the alien, you're going to believe the illusion immediately and be deceived. And you don't mind, because the deception feels good. It takes you back to 1985, when Boy George was in that stage. And that's all that matters, and the alien knows that that's all that matters. And it's not for all toddlers, but there's gonna be just enough toddlers who have more money than they have brains, of course. And this is repeated over and over and over and over and over and over again throughout history. And the toddler always buys into it with disastrous consequences and genocide. And the alien always wins. And you fucking toddler, you always lose. And you're bringing me down with you. You piece of shit, you. Because of your stupidity and your weakness. And your cowardice. And your conformity. But there's gonna be just enough toddlers to make this Telecaster and Stratocaster set sell out even before it goes on sale. Think about it. And you know what would be really funny? If somebody who made fun of me in 1999 would actually buy this. That would be hilarious. Oh man. Naughty Pine for guitars. Are you kidding me? Is this the real world? Well, the whole situation is that this is not a real world. But the toddler thinks they live in a real world. That's the trick. That's the fuckery of the alien, which the alien pulled on you. Can the alien flip the world around just like that? Just through their use of the media and their skills in marketing and deception? Can they do that? Yes, they can. Remember, they can make you eat your own shit. Just like that. So consider every element of this magical story, which I repeated over and over again for you. It's absolutely magical, and on top of it all, these are handmade guitars by one master builder, if you can believe that. Handmade by one master builder, who I don't think has any prior history of building guitars, not that I heard of. Where'd he come from? We went through that. We don't know. The aliens puffed him up. But this store is magical. Hand-built. You gotta pay for that. You gotta get ready to pay for that. So everything's legendary. They claim that it's done by hand. Actually, in a more primitive way that even Leo Fender would have done it in his day, which is supposed to be a humongous virtue in this area. If you know, for these El Mocambo guitars, handmade, even though you're confused again because you've been told over and over again that as soon as you hand make something, consistency and precision just goes out the window. It doesn't exist anymore. And so you're saying, what the heck? I'll go for it anyway. What I got to lose? It's not like it's going to be a lot of money or anything. I mean, what the fuck? It's got the Fender name on it, right? That's all I care about. I know it's not going to be precise and it's not going to be consistent. Because it's handmade. Do you understand? It's handmade. It's not like any other cookie cutter off the CNC machine at the Fender factory in Mexico. These are handmade by one master builder who coincidentally hails from the same city of the El Mocambo. It's magical. I know it's not going to be precise and it's not going to be consistent. But that's the beauty of it. Oh, no, wait a minute. That's conflicting information. That's not a good thing. That's supposed to be, that's a bad thing. I mean, we've been told this over and over again that what? It's a bad thing to not have a musical instrument made by CNC computerized machine. It's a bad thing. We were told that over and over again, and then at the same time we were told that all these CNC made guitars are actually handmade. Like, it's just making my brain explode. What is the truth here? Paul Smith, tell me! Is it handmade or is it CNC made? Is it both? How could it be fucking both? Is it precise or is it not precise? Is it consistent or is it not consistent? What is it? If it's not consistent and not precision, that's a bad thing. Who wants that? In a guitar. We've been told that CNC-made guitars are the only way to go. That what's his face? School. That School guy, his last name is School. He said that CNC is the way to go, because the only way to go, because it's consistent and precise. And that's what we want as guitar players. We want consistency and precision, because that's what we are. We're consistent and we're precise as guitar players. So guitar builders should be the same way, and they all have to have a CNC machine. Because other than that, you're just a fucking asshole. Right? And now they're saying something different here. What the? This is too much. It's conflicting information. But I'm just going to ignore that, and I'm going to betray my own cognition. Because this is Global Homo talking, so anything they say, we can switch our values on the fly. If it comes from Global Homo, we know it's safe and effective. Do we not? Because we're all toddlers here. And toddlers are programmed. Just like CNC machines. Yes. Yes. Do you get it now? Do you see it? Toddlers are programmed by the alien. As toddlers, we're consistent and precise. And we definitely believe in science. And you're saying, who cares? I got $800. Give me the fucking guitar. Where can I buy it already? I'll buy both. No problem. It's probably shit anyway, but it's got the Fender name on it, so you can't lose. Give me the fucking guitar. Shut up with the fucking story. Well, the punchline is, are you ready for it, toddler? Every joke has to have a fucking punchline, toddler. You know this! The price is the punchline. And the joke is on your fucking ass. And it is permanent. It's a joke with a punchline that has permanent consequences on every toddler in the world. The alien rules. You gotta give the alien credit, you son of a bitch. You don't give the aliens credit! You son of a bitch, you don't! You're a pussy! You're too much of a fucking coward to give credit where it's due. And you're the butt of this joke, so you better give the alien credit. This is US dollars. This is US dollars. 12,500 US dollars each. 12,500 US dollars each. And you think, okay, is that it? No, that's not it. The joke just grows. Understand? The alien has got to make a fool out of you. And the alien has got to get you to want to do it. Get you to want to do it to yourself. That's the beauty of the plan. That's alien marketing for you. And it's the last guitar you will ever buy. See, the joke wouldn't work. The alien wouldn't get the laugh from the gut. The ruthless, sadistic satisfaction out of this if they couldn't get you to do it to yourself. Understand? See, the alien has to have you confirm to them through your actions and through your response that you're a fucking subhuman. The alien wants you to be and be proven that you are a subhuman, as they believe that you are. And then simply the alien has to then, they're commanded by their God to eliminate as many toddlers as possible in the world. The more they eliminate, and the quicker they eliminate them, the quicker their Messiah will arrive. The alien's Messiah has to arrive. And you have to go. Very spiritual, in a spiritual sense. It is a big mistake to think that it's only profit motivated. The alien doesn't need profits. The alien owns every currency in the world and prints the money. It is mostly spiritually motivated, and that's the dangerous part of it all. It's spiritual. It's written for the alien. They must do to the toddler what the alien's been trying to do to the toddler for thousands of years. The alien must take you out. You have to understand this. This is what you didn't know, that the alien must take you out. And they always do it through deception. Because they know you're going to believe it. You were conditioned to believe it, even though it's right in front of you. What does that say? What does that say? You're going to be wiped out. You have to be wiped out. You don't want to believe it, right? Oh no, this is crazy. This guy's a nutjob. Oh no, I want my Rick Beato. I'm gonna subscribe to Rick Beato on YouTube. I want my Rick Beato. He doesn't tell me these things. And all the other pacifiers, I'm gonna go to a rock concert and watch Mr. Dress Up. I don't want to hear this. There's nothing going on. I'm just afraid of the flu. They made me afraid of the flu, okay? I don't want to catch the flu, okay? Give me Rick Beato! You know what? You are gonna believe me. Everything I just told you, you will believe. I have no doubt in my mind. Because I'm not doing it to you. It's being done to you by the alien right now. And they're just getting started. And you will believe it. Every word that you heard here, you will believe. Guaranteed. There's that demonic element to it that must be there in everything the alien does. Everything. Even though they bring it to you with a smile, with philanthropy, promoting human rights, equality, diversity, freedom, democracy, liberation, gender equality, sexual liberation, racial equality, and liberation of every kind you can think of. It's major deception. It's a major inversion. And you fall for it. But it's actually slavery. And now the alien has high technology to work with. There's no escape this time. It's actually demonic. And you stupid moron of a toddler, you have no conception of this. And that's why the alien gets you every fucking time. As long as we go back in history, you fell for it. You fell into it. You were psyoped, scammed, and humiliated every fucking time. And you never learned from it. Even though you were annihilated through innumerable atrocities, repeatedly, mass atrocities. And your stupid ass never learned. And you wonder why I called you an idiot all my life. That's where the satisfaction. It's sexual for the alien. It's actually an erotic, sexually deviant act. You may not know this, toddler. Wakey, wakey. You participated in a snuff movie where you are the subject. But boy, is it ever satisfying. Only if they can get you to do it to yourself. You understand? Coercion is fine. They'll resort to that, but it doesn't give the satisfaction. You gotta do it to yourself and to people you love. Oh yeah. Oh yeah. Talk about a joke. This is the ultimate fucking joke. They gotta get you to want to eat your own shit and feed it to your children. They'll guide you to that point, but you gotta do it yourself. You gotta want to do it. You gotta want it. Understand? And that's hilarious. See, there's no cleverness involved with, there's no ingenuity, there's no design, there's no art, demonic art involved with somebody taking you out on the street, or even sending you to war. And well, actually sending you to a war is similar to this, because you go voluntarily based on any number of deceptions that have taken place. Every war is started through, instigated through deception. So it's similar to this, but this is even better because it's not as messy as war. Yeah, they can take you out in broad daylight, but there's no satisfaction in that. But if they can get you to take yourself out and your family out of your own volition, now that is art. That is no longer a crime. It's no longer punishable. It's no longer being able to be prosecuted, because it's art. It's pure art. And you are the one that's the perpetrator. It's you. That's why it's art. So there's more to the punchline. There's more to the comedy act. Okay? Here's the joke. Here's the punchline of the joke. It's not only that it's $12,500 US for each guitar. El Mocambo guitar. From El Mocambo wood. But you gotta buy them in pairs. A Telecaster and a Stratocaster together. So what is that? If I knew numbers like Rick Beato knows numbers, I would tell you. I think 12 plus 12 is 24. It's 20. Oh my God. They use this mysticism. The alien always uses this mysticism with numbers. The numbers have to have relationships. And I just realized something. $25,000 US for the pair. And they're only making, get this, 25 pairs. That's amazing. What a comedy show. And you fucking toddlers, you deserve everything that's coming to you. And that's when I'm gonna laugh. So let's get on with today's show. Naughty Pine has been legitimized and normalized for electric guitars, so let's get on with the fucking show. And the whole thing is a comedy show. And the toddler doesn't know the difference between reality and comedy. That's one of the main characteristics of the toddler. The inability to tell reality from comedy. And that's actually one of the definitions of mental illness, is it not? It's a disconnect with reality. And comedy, alien comedy, is not reality. But you don't know that, do you? You have to find out the hard way. And even then, you're not going to catch on. I don't think so. Which is a good thing. Specifically, what we're talking about here is alien comedy. Because that's what the alien does, is comedy all the time. And the toddler believes it and mistakes it for a reality every time. And that's why the toddler deserves everything that's coming to them. Everything. See, the punchline doesn't come from the comedy itself. See, the comedy itself is embarrassingly juvenile. It's stupid. It's buffoonish, ridiculous. It's nonsense. It's really not funny at all, actually. It's nonsense. It's irritating more than anything. It's like, get the fuck out of here, alien. You think that's funny? That's fucking stupid. It's like, who the fuck is gonna believe your bullshit? Who's gonna fall for this whole horse shit? Tell me. Well, and the alien says, the toddlers will. The toddlers will. A lot of people. Every time, every single time in history, every single time in the future, the toddlers are going to fall for it. They want to be safe and effective. Yes. And let's not forget, precise and consistent. And see, that is what makes it funny. That is where the comedy is. The reaction and the action and the response of the toddlers. The billions and billions of fucking stupid toddlers who have been ruining my life, my entire life. Those fucking toddlers. The fucking toddlers who, throughout my life, even as a little kid, I thought, there's something gotta be wrong with these people. There's something gotta be seriously wrong with them. Not with me, with them. There's something seriously wrong, and it took the alien to fucking expose, to reveal the toddler. The mental illness of the toddler. And I'm talking you, watching this. Many of you watching this, billions of you. Doesn't matter if you're male or female or anything in between, or what color you are, where you live in the world, your age, nothing matters. All that matters is that you're a fucking toddler and you fell for the comedy. For really bad, embarrassingly poor alien comedy. You fell for it. It's like a 5-year-old made it up. The comedy comes from the response of the toddler, where this comedy, this really poor, primitive, embarrassingly bad comedy, which is not comedy at all, it's just stupidity and nonsense made up by 5-year-old aliens. Your response is what made it hilarious. Absolutely fucking hilarious. And that's where the joke is. See, that's where the comedy lies. See, you gotta understand this. The joke is on your stupid ass. That's where the joke is, on your stupid ass. And you have to understand that even with your response, this ultimate joke would not have been what it is if the guitars would have been $800, $1,000, who gives a shit? You wouldn't have lost much. Who cares if the whole thing was based on deception and you were fooled and you fell for the psyop? You wouldn't lose much. $800, who gives a shit? You just pass it off to the other toddler, right? You had to experience the ultimate loss through this comedy show. That's what needed to happen for this to really work, and for this to be spiritually demonic. The loss, the consequence, had to be the ultimate and extreme and final. As I said, the last guitar you will ever buy. The payout, the price you pay, not only literally, which is humiliating in itself, $25,000, but metaphorically, the price, understand, had to be as extreme as possible. And the consequences to your response that made this joke happen are going to be extreme and final. The final solution is what makes this the ultimate comedy show. And who knows what the consequences and ramifications will be of you believing in this really, really poor, that doesn't even pass as comedy. And the whole essence of the comedy is that the toddler believes it and acts on it. And literally, and or you could say more importantly, metaphorically, pays that exorbitant price, the ultimate price, for the safe and effective Mocambo wood, Fender, custom shop, handmade, by a master builder guitars. You had paid the alien the ultimate price for something that does not exist. It has never existed. You have me shocked at what a fucking idiot you are. Wow. Wow. That's what makes the joke a humongous joke. Probably the funniest fucking joke in the world. You, the toddler, made this joke. Not the alien. It was you that made the joke. That's the fucking punchline. And that's why it's hilarious. And it's all because you don't know reality from comedy. That's why you gotta be annihilated. Stupid people gotta go, because stupid people are dangerous. Stupid people have the power to end the world by their ignorance. They're very dangerous. If you haven't figured it out yet, let me help you out. Remember who you heard it from. Don't ever pass this off as your own mind. Stupid people are dangerous because by nature, wittingly, but most of the time unwittingly, dance with the aliens. Stupid people, toddlers, are created to dance with the aliens, and therefore give aliens power. Toddlers give aliens their power. If it wasn't for toddlers, the aliens would have no power. Regardless of how much money they have, they would have no power. You fucking toddlers, you. The ones that laughed at my naughty pine guitar that I made by hand in 1999. I hope you're all, by this time, safe and effective. You're gone, buddy.
So, this is more a story of kind of music history and stuff. It would be like, there's a club in Toronto that's famous called the Mocambo. Okay. Tons of Stevie Ray Vaughan did a live video there. Every band kind of on their cycle as they ascend played the Mocambo. It's like the Wiltern of like Toronto or something like that. As they were tearing part of it down, this wood is from the stage and the rafters. Whoa. So all those songs, all that music has been vibrated into this wood for decades, and now this wood is being born again, hoisted from the lake, you know what I mean? It's like, this is so proto #1 of these, so wow. It's pretty magical, like when you really think about the story and what's happened there. It's amazing.
Yeah, I always wondered about the material, like what the influence the material of the body has.
It totally does, so it's pretty insane.